Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. Welcome back to Armada Mondays. We'll see if we can get to both of these. We have Akagi and Nagato. Now Nagato, another one of the your traditional pagoda mast style ships right there. This is Issei. We did this last Monday. We did both versions of Issei actually. There's your pre-battle carrier configuration, and again, there's about the same size as Nagato there. A little bit different configuration though. There, Landrest. Well, Landrest, I'm super glad that that printing is working out. I mean, it's just coming up aces for you. I know that is a massive, massive piece that you're doing there, and thanks Armored Wolf for being here. Sorry that we're a few minutes late here. There was just a bunch of, well, huge surprise. There was a bunch of messages that came in. So we tried to, well, that's yeah, Lantern Hill, the autocorrect monster just dove into that one. So yeah, we've got we got some references that we can go by here. Hey there, Sarge. Sorry to hear about the craziness at the airport, but I'm glad that you were able to do the hangout in Atlanta and hopefully have lots of good times out there. So great to see you again there, Sarge. I know you got to be pretty wiped out from all the travel. Oh, happy Veterans Day there, Sarge. Yeah, happy Veterans Day. So again, we've got one of the Kirubutai right here, and then we have a pre-nuclear testing Nagato. That's what we'll refer to this pre-nuclear test Nagato right there. So great to see you there, Sarge. To this crazy configuration here. Well, obviously, because they're converting basically battle cruiser hulls into aircraft carriers, hence all of this stuff going on here. Cargo was the same way. Huge surprise. We're going to be doing a lot of dry brushy stuff here to get things started. Thank you so much, Cubit. Hey, Cubit, how you doing? Thank you so much. So Cubit, actually, I have a couple of videos that I did where we did oils on top of acrylics because paint is just paint, right, Cubit? Once it's dry, doesn't matter. So definitely, with the acrylic's gonna be dry, right? No big deal, and then you just put your oils on top. It's completely no problem. Well, actually, Cubit, it's really not that much different than this because most of the, well, I want to say 20% of this was primer painting right here. Yeah, that was primer painting, and then the rest was oils on top mostly. Well, there was the lighter stuff, and then there was also some of the dark stuff there. So yeah, Cubit, no problem here. 1 second, let me get you there. There you go, Cubit, and thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. Actually, geez, Sarge, you want to share any pictures of the Tigray? Actually, Sarge, well, hopefully you get to work on that now. Now that all the travel is done. I know that was it took a lot just to get that just to get there. Getting there was not half the fun. I don't think getting back was half the fun either. And you put those two together, I don't even think those two halves make a one. Hey there, Recoil. Recoil, I've been sharing the picture around. So Recoil, I've got to after the stream, I'm gonna try and go into Sticker Mule. Gonna try and go into Sticker Mule and see if I can make some keychains out of the flaming chainsaws, and then make stickers. Maybe not all holographic. Maybe make a batch of holographic stickers and maybe a batch of regular stickers. Yeah, I was wondering if Rot was going to be streaming again tonight. Actually, well, this is kind of early streaming for Rot. Yeah, 'cause Rot's been coming in here at like 2 in the morning, Recoil. So I don't know if he's fixing to stop a little bit earlier tonight or if he's going to be going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny. Everybody please give Recoil13 a follow, though. And of course, Recoil, I know that you're busy modding, But if you wanted to share if you want to share the Rangers, if you want to share the buggies in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So yeah, Qubit, it's no big deal. Definitely, let's go around this way. Is this forward of the elevator? This is forward of the elevator here. Okay. I just wanted to mark that real quick. Just wanted to mark that super quick there. Let's not snap this guy off over here. So we got this working now. So, you know what? I'm going to go lighter. I'm going to go lighter. Also seeing a bit of a warmer gray here. Not quite the cooler battleship gray here. Yeah, Akagi and Kaga, two of the more interesting conversions of ships. We still have casemated guns down here, by the way. I mean, you think this wasn't a battlecruiser conversion yet? We have casemated guns on this ship. Let's see. So Qubit, I came, let's see. This is kind of the darker primer approach. It started actually with this very miniature right here. It started with this guy, I want to say around February last year-ish, something like that. Because trying to wipe this away traditional pre-glaze style, well, you can see he's kind of spindly. Didn't want to bust any pieces off. Then we started doing stuff like the chariots, and I said, well, wait a second. What's the likelihood of us being able to get a sponge anywhere in here? So that's when I started doing that darker primer stuff. Oh, so we got 10 seconds of a level 1 hype train left. I think we're still gonna rock a hype train because it's Veterans Day. Yeah, Veterans Day hype train. So we're gonna do that here. I just wanted to get a little more of the dry brushy stuff there. We grab our choo-choo. And that's going to be coming right at you. Look out. Look out. There it is. There comes the Linseed Express all aboard on this Veterans Day. There you go. Where it stops, nobody knows. But please check out the Instagram link that Recoil just shared. And of course, please give Recoil a follow. And geez, I don't think you got a chance to stream last night, did you, Recoil? Oh, where's my... There it is. There it is. Boy, well, that's good, Sarge. That is good, because I saw the posts about things being, well, not smooth. So I wasn't sure if that was a sign or portent of other things that weren't smooth. But I'm glad that is not the case. This is going to be, I understand recognition markings on ships. The Japanese, as you see, as we keep working on Akagi here, you'll see that they chose a rather unfortunate symbol for their ship recognition markings. Yeah, that didn't work out so well. A little bit like when you're at the baseball game and you see that hit it here sign. Basically, the way it was described by pilots, they would just aim for the meatball. And that is something that we will be getting on this ship in a jiffy here. So Qubit, I almost never do that. The only time I ever break out the anti-shine really is if there's... it's like phthalo green or Severus blue. Severus blue is definitely one of those offenders as far as being the shiny. But yeah, that's really the only time I ever do that is if we've got some kind of shininess. The oils are so rugged, I don't even bother. You really want to give them, like you say, you got what, 3 days there? That's not a bad idea, giving them at least 3 days. You know, you give them a week, whatever, that's good too. But at least 3 days, definitely a wise choice there for sure. But yeah, I never do any of that as far as worrying about, shall we say, the paint getting scraped away or anything like that. Because the oil paints, they are really, really rugged. Where's my iron? There it is. You know, I gotta get me some more of this right here. Gotta get me some more of this. It's really the only thing I use from Army Painter. I mean, I kind of like their basing stuff, but yeah, that's about it. Armored Wolf, it's kind of funny. After seeing that video on the Alizarin Crimson, seeing that, how many times do you see me using Alizarin Crimson here? Watching that video you sent me, ain't gonna make me want to use it anymore. That's for sure. Or more prone to be using it. Do I want to go in? Okay, fine, fine. We'll go a little lighter here. We'll go a little lighter up here. Now I'm gonna start getting into some of our markings. Let me use this thing. All right. Does the meatball go on the? No, it is forward of the elevator. That almost looks like a resting gear right there, but that doesn't make any sense. You know what? I need a tiny bit of perline red out here. Give me a sec. Ooh, speaking of which, Armored Wolf. See what we got here? Yeah. They mentioned perline red and quinacridone. So I feel vindicated, Armored Wolf. I feel vindicated with my perline red. Hey there, Michael. And hey there, Dr. Faust. We got ourselves a doctor in the house. Everybody, please give Dr. Faust Painting a follow if you could. Hey, Dr. Faust, those were looking really good. I saw your last few miniatures that you posted to the Instas. Those were looking mighty fine. Actually, Dr. Faust, if you want to share those in the chat, please go ahead, because they were looking really nifty. Yeah, looking super cool. We got ourselves a couple of ships we're going to be doing here tonight. Yes, this is Armada Mondays. These are 1/1800 scale, 3D printed from Coco's models. That's Lee McCall. We have Nagato, and we have Akagi. Last week, we did Issei in not one, but two configurations. So this is early war right here. Basically still in its modernized dreadnought state. And then here, we've got it in its late war 1944-45 battle carrier conversion state. So yes, that was last week. This week again we have another pagoda style mast, Nagato. And going in 15 minutes, Akagi. We're just getting down to some deck markings, right, Michael? How you doing? Everybody, please also give Michael Paint Minis a follow. Oh, let me see. Well, let me. Oh, there it is. Here it is. So we have painted 3 of these on stream, Dr. Faust. Look at this. Now, this was the one we did on Saturday, right? This is our Hobbit Hole blacksmith shop right there. So yeah, that's and of course, where is he? Now I don't think that Bilbo Stabbins is a blacksmith. He guards the pumpkin patch, which is over here. There you go. There's his pumpkin patch. Don't mess with Bilbo Stabbins and his pumpkins there. So again, everybody please give Michael Paints Minis a follow and also Dr. Faust Painting Clinic. So this also painted with the oil paints. Yeah, I'm going to put you over there. I can get to you easier. So we will be painting actually 3 more of those, Dr. Faust. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we'll be painting some more of those. So again, everybody please give Dr. Faust Painting Clinic a follow. Let me see. I forget when we first started painting our ships. I think this was like March maybe. We started out actually with Arizona. Where's Enterprise? There we go. So this was actually our very first Armada Monday with the 1/1800 scale ships. And we've done a whole bunch of American ships, but we've also been painting our Regia Marina. We call that the barbershop navy right there. Yeah, we've been doing that. And, well, now we're getting into, again, the IJN. Oh, some might recognize this. See that? We take ourselves a piece of plastic card, cut it to size, stick this on here, then we do our water texture. I think you can kind of see it there. We sculpt in that water texture. See you later there. Thank you so much, Dr. Faust. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate the raid. And again, if you could, please give Dr. Faust Painting Clinic a follow. So we're just getting down to some of our markings here. This, unlike some of our other carriers, this just has a ton of markings on it. I mean a ton of markings. I think the only other carrier we had that had any sort of markings at all was Lexington here, and I mean that's pretty minimal right there. Again, speaking of converted battle carriers, we also had our baby carrier. That is a Wasp right there, tiny little Wasp. Teensy tiny little carrier there. Just a baby. We will be doing all of the navies. We got to get to our British Underwater Navy, then the British Regular Navy, then we'll get to the Kriegsmarine. We're even going to do the Marina Nationale because reasons. And yes, this is one of the midway carriers right here. Hence the gone in 15 minutes. As everybody knows, and of course this is the carrier that only took basically one shot. It got one-shotted by Mikulski. Basically, right about there. Blew the elevator right off. There was a couple of near misses. They thought they had actually escaped. And then, well, they found out they hadn't. And then things started to go boom. And that was the end of Akagi. It joined Kaga, Hirio, and Soryo. Was that the amphibious ship there, Landrast? With carrying the helicopters and such? Let me get to my markings back here. We got 3 stripes. Yeah, we got 3 stripes here. So you get Landrast, I guess, apparently, they just used Tarawa for target practice. Well, I mean, it was a little bit more elaborate than just a target practice. But quick sync. Yeah, they were using the quick sync weapons on that. And apparently, they hit it with a couple of other standard anti-ship weapons, and it kind of said, yeah, whatever. Then they hit it with this quick sync, and down it went. But yeah, that's so much for Tarawa there. Somewhat of an inglorious end, but whatever. Now, Landrast, I'm kind of curious. How many people were fans of the Ospreys landing on that ship? I mean, they had a wee bit of a propensity to kind of, land erratically, as in crash. So I wasn't sure Wasn't sure if those ospreys were something like, oh, great, yeah, we're loaded with a bunch of ospreys. This is going to be fantastic. Ah, so Landra says that the ospreys were fine. Okay. I think Landress, I just remember from the late 80s, early 90s, and kind of they had a little different rep back then. They had a sudden altitude loss issue there. I'm going to just do the line all the way down here. Let's just do that. We're going to just start right at the back. I'm going to get some of that paint off of there. So yeah, that I have heard that some of those early issues, once those got fixed, it was a whole different deal. But there was a time where folks said, "Yeah, you know what? I'll take a pass riding on that thing." I'm gonna change the size of this guy a little bit here. Let's see. Now, was it? It wasn't the same class as Taro, was it? I don't think so. Alright, now I'm going to switch over this way because I got that pesky island in my way. Now I go all the way down the deck here. Just going to sketch in a little bit of a line here. There we go. So yeah, Sarge, believe it or not, I only just saw the Atlanta pics. Oh man, probably about 2 minutes before I started the stream. So again, glad that you could have some fun there. We'll get some of our red going in down here as well. We got a bunch of markings to do here on Akagi. I really want to get the one aircraft carrier. Out of desperation, they actually painted turrets on here. So they painted 3 triple turrets on there. It's one of the funniest looking aircraft carriers ever, and I'm really hoping that he has that file, because to me that would be absolutely hilarious. Let's not go too light with that. Let's make sure that this doesn't get too, like we just put, God forbid, a decal on here. So Baton and Wasp. I wonder if anybody makes a file of the concrete battleship. I do believe that was off the island of Corregidor. And I think it had multiple turrets on there, and they were super firing. I forget what that's called. It did actually have a name aside from the concrete battleship. I don't remember what it was, though. Now, Landress, was it mostly based out of San Diego then? Does seem like an awful lot of the your helicopter amphibious style ships seem to be based in San Diego. Gee, wow, Sarge, that's holy smokes. That's pretty incredible. Well, yeah, so again, especially since it wasn't the easiest thing to make happen, I'm really glad that that worked out. And again, Sarge, if you do want, let me change this here. If you do want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, that's extra special there, Sarge. Really glad that that worked out. It's gonna have this go all the way down to the stern here. Some kind of markings on that. There we go. Now, they're in North Carolina. Got on via the helicopter. So that's got a cruise by the island here. Because I think your typical ships of that class are about the size of an Essex class carrier, and they have the crazy open stern, right, so that they can launch those launch the landing craft. And those landing craft are kind of crazy. The inflatable ones there. Here we go. Gotta get this gray back here. Boy, this is as much deck freehand as I've had to do since our barbershop Navy. Yeah, since our Regia Marina. Man, Landrest, I wonder if they've just mothballed all the Nimitz. Here's obviously they've made museums out of a bunch, like Midway and such. And I think Kitty Hawk is also a museum ship, right? I could be wrong, but I think it's a museum ship too. Because those things have to be somewhere between 840 to 900 feet long. I think they're actually, those might come back in vogue again. Well, it depends on how much, I think how many VTOL aircraft they start building again, I guess. So instead of having to have a super carrier everywhere, I still think those ships have a lot of function in them. Okay, I think we've got that now. We're going to try and lock in this. Before I start doing all the water stuff here, I think I actually have to get the get this deck pretty well situated here, because as you can see, look where my hand is sitting over here. So we're going to sharpen up all our edges here on the meatball. We got to move it over a scotch this way, like so. There you go. Yeah, okay. Let's get back to the linear markings here. Let's do that. Hey there, Velfira. No decals harmed. You know how it is, Velfira. We don't believe in harming decals. They should be kept safe. They should be kept far away from any miniatures. No, actually, oh, actually, Velfira, even if I wanted to, I don't have any decals, right? Because these are the printed ships from Lee McCall, so I don't even have any. We were just painting these babies on right here. So how you doing there, Velfira? And see, here's the lovely thing is we can just do this, like so, and just kind of fade that a bit. Hey there, Drex, how you doing? Thank you so much, Drexia. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Monday. Now, Velfira, you just get the special paper for that, right? Well, I don't. Would you even call it paper? And I guess it's kind of a two-in-one, right, Velfira? If you're going to be printing your own decals, because that Velfira, actually, all kidding aside, I have thought about it, not for actually standard stuff, but I was just wondering, with some of our own markings that we do, well, like this. I mean, you could, in theory, just literally make your own actual decals. Now, Velfir, well, I had some help here with this, with the elevator, that it's also around. It's kind of funny. You would think that they must have had helicopters at the time with the way they got this elevator circled like this. So, Drexy, I hope that you're doing super well. And hey, Drexy, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, you can go ahead and do that. So, happy Monday. Great to see you again. Of course, appreciate that. Now, there we go. There we are. Now, Landress, how many more pieces do you have to go on that mega terrain piece you're printing out there? I'm actually printing out a fairly large piece myself. It's a I realized that I never actually completed the the Harad terrain that I was doing. So yeah, I'm back to Harad because they only eliminated half of that army. And Velfir, it's just so weird that now you could print those out on a regular inkjet printer, and that's just not gonna go all over the place when you put any kind of pigment fixer on there, or the water, right, to get that decal softened up. Again, I've never done it myself, so that I don't know how those guys work. It's kind of funny. Out of desperation, just to have some kind of chow before the stream here, I just basically took a spoon and I had some peanut butter. And I keep thinking, like, wait a minute, I don't have. It's been weeks since I last bought a thing of that screwball whiskey, the peanut butter whiskey. So I'm like, wait a minute, I don't have any of that stuff. We had peanut butter the old-fashioned way, just out of the jar. So you spray a matte or clear gloss coat on those. Again, it's so easy to modify these things. You don't like what you got, super easy to change it, that's for sure. So the upper levels, the streets in the building. Yeah, Landris, I'm thinking that's maybe only about a third of it that you've printed so far. Maybe. Now, is it going to go on a 3x3 or a 4x4 table? It looks like maybe 3x3. Yeah, there wasn't time to make the food that I wanted to make for supper. Ironically, I might be making that after the stream. Still haven't had, I haven't had a chance to make the cranberry sauce yet, Velfira. I gotta do that tomorrow. Gotta make me some cranberry sauce tomorrow. Let me get rid of this. Come on. Piece of fuzz hanging onto that brush there. Continue moving this all the way. Gotta go all the way back to the stern. It's going to take a little bit here. Just using our 18-0 liner brush. Now, Velfira, I guess are we saying that peanut butter is almost as dangerous as mustard? Actually, Velfira, I did have mustard today. That was another desperation thing because I couldn't go to the store to get barbecue sauce. And all I had literally left was just some mustard. Well, with the banks being closed, which I only realized at the last minute, I almost went charging out the door until I realized I said, yeah. It's the 11th of the 11th day of the 11th month, so that's not going to work out so well. So we'll wait till tomorrow. So they are 2x2 blocks. So Drexia, as we all know, this is a cuisine channel. It's not just an Armada channel. So that's a standard cranberry sauce. However, we take blueberries and we add those to it. Part of it is love me the blueberries. Part of it is it makes a really, really, really deep, rich color. And the other thing is it's a kind of a nice way to say, instead of just putting sugar in there, you use the blueberries to kind of get some of that, because I prefer the sweeter cranberry sauce. And the blueberries kind of get you the sweeter. Also, I tend to make the smoother cranberry sauce, which could pretty much almost double as ice cream, was that like an ice cream sundae. So yeah, Velfira, it's the bane of Armored Wolf and I's existence, where we go to do something and we say, yeah, well, that ain't happening today. We say, well, all right, so change of plans. And I have to make at least one batch of that, because my sister requested the cranberry sauce for Thanksgiving. Also want to make some for the neighbors. Gotta make some for me. Yes, yeah, huge minor details there, right? Gotta make some for me. So again, we're going with a somewhat warmer gray here than we have on some of our other ships. Velfir, they've requested it pretty much every year. Oh, gee whiz. Well, a regular cranberry sauce, because originally, obviously, it was Kathy that made it. I'd never made cranberry sauce ever, but then Kathy started making it, and then when she got that job at the T-shirt place, where she was an hour and a half away every day, while she be gone, then I would kind of make things sometimes like that cranberry sauce. And I've also made a version where I throw in some of the orange zest in there, or orange juice. Yeah, I've actually put orange juice in there. All right, we got this other one's right after the midships elevator here. And remember, this is all wet into wet oil paints here. All this is wet into wet. Come on. Pull that a little further back. There we go. Okay. So yeah, Velcro, I like to use it basically as almost like jelly. Also like to use it, there's a little bit of our deck color down here. Let me see if I can dry brush a little hint of this down here. Also here aft, we'll do this back here. Nah, I gotta get me a little bit of thinner in there. More here. Okay, so now maybe we can start fooling around with our water. I'm just gonna grab me one of, one of these guys, I think. Actually, Velfira, I think it might have just been like they had raspberries on sale or something. But I think that was the first combo one that was ever done was a raspberry cranberry. So a crasberry. Oh, there you go. There you go, Velfira. That's a crasberry sauce. Yeah, crasberry sauce for you. I'm trying to think what else we might have tried, but yeah, that I think raspberry. That was something that Kathy actually did try that particular mix. I'll keep going with some of the green back here, and now let's start getting some sea foamy stuff happening here. Happens quick. Don't blink. Let's go this way with it. And that start to mix back here too. Gonna grab me another one of these guys, or maybe, no, we won't use that. Let's just use this guy here. We're gonna get our gray out of that. Start going on over here to some of our fast matte white, because reasons. Sarge, actually, as I was just kind of going through some of the tabs that I had open here on the machine. I was looking for something, and I realized that I still have the Uranus fudge tabs open. So I'm like, I gotta get me some of that for Christmas. However, speaking of blueberries, Valfera, what was it? The blueberry cheesecake fudge. I'm starting to wonder, is that something that I could make myself? Well, at least cheaper than, 20 bucks for a little thing like that. So yeah, Velfair, if you know of any blueberry cheesecake fudge recipes sitting around there, I'm sure there's thousands of them. It's like, whoever heard of that? But if you know of any, just say, hey, guess what? There is such a thing. There is a recipe for that somewhere. Never made cheesecake, but I would be willing to try. I would 100% be willing to give that a try. Because, of course, something like a blueberry cheesecake fudge, that's very, very healthy for you. It's kind of like a warm, fuzzy blanket around your arteries. You want to keep those things. It's getting to be wintertime. You got to keep those things nice and toasty. Boy, look at the... It does not take much time right before that really starts looking like some water there. Then we'll have to let this set for a bit. We have plenty of other things. We have a whole nother ship we can work on. Gee whiz. Super simple concept here. It's just the basmat white. Let it mix in with what we've already got. Of course, the water was sculpted with our heavy gloss gel. Oh, Velfira, I don't know if you saw the new video. Yeah, we got the latest Patreon video up there. Yeah, I think, oh geez, Velf, I thought I sent you pictures. Sorry if I forgot. But the marble dust and the modeling paste, huge success. Velfira, I think that's actually an underestimation. Because if you've ever tasted this stuff from Uranus, that would be like the first 5 minutes you would gain that much. Yeah, if this stuff was in your house for more than 24 hours, you would probably gain 1,000 pounds. For sure, no doubt about it. That some of the you think that mustard and some of those other substances are very dangerous, lethal substances. Yeah, this is almost as dangerous as mustard. Now I saved this because I wanted to be able to use this as a blending brush here. That's why I was going to use this to lay this stuff out, and I said no. Let's save it as a blending brush. Working this in here. Actually, land dressed, I'll have to see if this guy, I don't think he's actually done any of the modern era warships yet, but if he does, or if I find USS Wasp, obviously the modern day version, we'll print it out and we'll certainly paint it on the channel. Oh, actually, Velfer, remember that 1/700 scale version of the Issei that I found? Yeah, that was in 1/700 scale. Oh, that was going to be super pricey. I was way better off. I mean, I could literally buy, for the price of that 1/700 scale Issei, I could basically get almost all the rest of the ships that I need from Coco's models. So I said, nah, we'll take a pass on that. Sorry there, Velfira. There we go. So Velfira, it seems like I can mix the marble dust with the heavy gloss gel, and I can still sand it. However, I got to find the, well, I think I might even still have some flex paste here. But the gesso, if I can find the gesso, no doubt about it, that'll that'll certainly mix well with the dust. But the other thing, Velfira, is that it really, holy smokes, when you mix that with the modeling paste, the marble dust, that gets real thick. It gets real thick, real strong. So yeah, it all came up aces. Yep. So thanks, Velfira. Appreciate the. Actually, well, Vel, you, I do mention the assist in the video. So yeah, when you hear that, I was kind of hoping that you had a chance to listen to it somehow. I know I didn't post it all that long ago, but I was hoping that you had a chance to hear that and say, "Yep, that was my, that was me that what said that." I mean, that's the cool thing about the streaming, right, Velfira, is that we can kind of discuss and conceptualize stuff here, maybe, and then do a little bit of brainstorming and see what kind of cool stuff we might be able to come up with there. More of the light to the edge, not every single one of these waves, just every so often. A little something that goes out to the edge there. And Valfira, oh my gosh, did it work? It worked really well for the trees. It did really good as a gap filler on that giant Smaug. Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta finish putting all the pieces of Smaug together so that I can do more layers of the. I keep wanting to call it flex paste. So again, just doing our waves. We still haven't even gotten our darker glazy stuff on here. We haven't done any of our weathering stuff either. We'll get to it. We'll get to that. Not to worry. Let me see. What are we at here? So 52 minutes ago. That's what it looked like. Yeah. That's the difference of 52 minutes right there. You'd almost think we might know what we're doing with these ships now. There's getting to be. Are we at 20 ships now? Let me see. I got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think I got myself somewhere around 17. Well, this would be, I think, 17 and 18, maybe. Hey there, Doji. Nice to see you, Doji. So, Doji, you want to share anything in the chat? Like usual, please go ahead, do that. Now, Velfira, at one point in the video, oh good, I have one of these here. I got a bunch of these. Most of them just have water in them. I'm thinking I'm going to put some of the modeling paste in here, and I'm just going to use this to make it a little more convenient to use. Actually, Velfira, if one of those, the really large cookie decorating squeezy things is just too big for the cookie decorating, I might actually use it for modeling paste. Because I think that would be hilarious, don't you, Velfira, using a cookie decorating squeeze bottle for our modeling paste? I think that would be quite humorous there. So again, great to see you there, Doji. Happy Tuesday. Everybody please check out the Insta link that Doji just shared. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. We combine, well, the thing is there, I don't know if, well, when you watch the video, at a certain point, you'll hear me say when I'm working on the trees, I'll say, this looks like frosting. So that might be somewhat hazardous because I just might mistake. I was like, oh yeah, okay, gee whiz, I must have leftover white frosting in here. So maybe that's not the best idea. Either that or I label it with some kind of big old label. Now, remember the other day, what was that, Thursday? Right, when I wanted to walk to the store, got intercepted by the neighbors, and 2.5 hours later finally got home, never got to the store. One of the things one of the things they snuck in the bag for me, since they felt bad about me not being able to get to the grocery store, was it was a can of Ready Whip, which I've basically just kind of been like, okay, here, we'll just put some of this into a bowl and we'll just eat the Ready Whip. That's why I want to make some of the blueberry cheesecake fudge. So I got something to put the Ready Whip on because it's not healthy enough. We have to make it even healthier with the addition of some Ready Whip. There's got to be like fiber in there somewhere. There has to be some kind of fiber content in that. Now we're going to try and get some of our lights here. Then we'll come back again. We'll put some of our darks on these. Sponsons, some of the anti-aircraft guns. Then we're going to get our darker glazy stuff. We'll get our little bit of our weathering, rust type of stuff in here too. No, not that edge. Let's just go over this way. Alright. We'll have to, oh, geez, we never got our dark in that. Yeah, I'll have to do that too. We'll have to get some dark on the stack here. I think on Langley, that was the only U.S. carrier where they ever did the direct the funnel off to the side. Now, Valfira, that's one of those things where you just you have like an insulin pen. Oh, look at this, some mooring cleats up here. You have the insulin pen. You've got the paddles. You got the paddles of life, the insulin pen. You have all that stuff ready. Then you eat your fabulous dinner. Then you have the blueberry cheesecake. Blueberry cheesecake fudge with some ice cream on top, with the cranberry sauce, some whipped cream on top of that. Yeah, that should be that should work out really well. You'd only have to exercise for about the next 75 days just to work off the calories from that one meal. Starting to wonder if these are the same. Let me look at something here. Yep. Same anti-aircraft turrets that I see on Yamato/Musashi. So yeah, I was looking at these anti-aircraft turrets. I'm like, those look familiar, and sure enough, same ones. Again, we have case-mated guns down here. Where else do we have case-mated guns? We have them on Issei. See the case-mated guns there, and also Nagato case-mated guns. Now again, I use the combat sprue here for Nagato just for funsies. I had really seriously thought about actually having those also in like broadside firing, whatever. If I had more adept digital sculpting chops, I have none. I would be tempted to try and actually create some barrel blasts so that we could actually not just have the firing broadside, not just have the water effects, but then also the object source lighting. Let me get rid of some of this here. That we don't want that there. Let me get some of the asphaltum. Alright, there we go. Just had a little accidente there. Not a problem. So what are we at? We just hit the 1 hour mark. Yeah, it's 1 hour ago. This here had no paint on it whatsoever. Alright, I think it's time to do some darker glazy things, at least on the hull here and the bridge. And I'm gonna use this guy. Alright, fine, I'm gonna put a little bit of indigo in there. And once again, we get down to the most fascinating, exhilarating part of the stream, where we take the thinner, we take the paint, and we mix it together again. This is what streaming was made for, is just this level of excitement right here. I mean, this is just like heart-pounding kind of stuff right here. I mean, people might literally need to take a break after this, because they would just be so astonished at how amazing that is. Hey there, Elite. So Elite, the Smaug still has to be assembled. There's going to be at least several days of assembly on that, mostly because I have to kind of do stuff with all of the gap filling, let that dry, go kind of a second round of gap filling, and then if it's possible, we'll try to do some airbrush videos on it. It's about 10 times too large to show up on any streaming area, so it will not be on stream, that's for sure. The wings alone, and if you want to print one of these out for yourself, just keep in mind that that's probably at least half a kilogram of resin. And that's with the body being hollow. So yeah, that Smaug is a big bad boy. Let's put it this way, the base for Smaug is larger than some of the Hobbit terrain we've been painting. That's just the base. So Elite, I hope that you're doing well. Great to see. Happy Tuesday there, Elite. So Elite, boy oh boy, we had we've had great college football Saturdays day after day, but this last one, 2 more unbeatens go down. The college playoff picture got blown up no sooner than they put it all together. Don't know how tall it is. I know that it's at least about 2 feet long, which again puts it about 1.5 feet too large for doing on stream here. That's for sure. But Elite, again, it's going to be on the Patreon page if I can. It's already there actually. You just have to go to the Patreon page and you'll see that in video. And then I'm going to again try to do some airbrush stuff on it. So yeah, Velfair, that was kind of cute, that little playoff picture that they had in mind. Yeah, that's all changed now. So Elite, I think you saw the streams that we did on the Moria Dragon. Oh hey, that reminds me, Velfair, did you see that Diwali is doing a new cave dragon? So yeah, it's sort of like that one, except I don't know. They must have looked at some of my pictures of the basing, because you could swear that they might have seen one of those. Because it looks an awful lot, kind of like it's got little dwarf casualties on the base. Yeah, it looks a wee bit like something I did. So I'm gonna have to say, hey, I deserve a commission for that. So yeah, Elite. It's been a glorious college football season, and it really just keeps amping up. So I believe December 20th is the day that the playoffs are supposed to start. However, elimination games are now. I mean, literally. So imagine this, Elite. Yeah, elimination games by like week 12 in the NFL or week 11 in the NFL. Yep, elimination games. It does not get any better than that, that's for sure. It's gotten to the point where I can't even watch the NFL. Well, I don't watch it. It's hard to even pay attention to it anymore. It is just, oh man, it is the NFL is so chalky. It's like fingers on a blackboard. It is that chalky. Now I'm going to try and get me a little bit of streaky stuff going on here. Little bit streaky here. Like so. Like that. And that's all wet. That is wet oil paint down there. Yep. Yet we're still able to do the streaky stuff. Now I guess the interesting matchup could be Ohio State versus Indiana. I'm not really holding out a whole lot of hope that that's going to work out in the Hoosiers' fashion there, or favor. Yeah, no, almost was them and Navy, right? It was that close, right, Valfer? Thank you so much, Night Whisper. Appreciate the raid. Everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow. So yes, Night Whisper, we're doing some more of our IJN here on Armada Mondays. We're doing Akagi and Nagato tonight, and of course here is our two ships from last week. So there is the late war Issei, and then here's the early war pre-battle carrier conversion. Well, Night Whisper, I hope that it was still fun, and of course, Night Whisper, please share some of your fantastic stuff in the chat if you could, please. That'd be great. Everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow. So yeah, Night Whisper, we're building up to. We're not gonna. I think we're gonna hang on to this for a while here, but we're building up to. Yep, we're building up to that. So that'll be the piece de resistance of our IJN fleet there. But again, everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow. And again, Night Whisper, you want to share some of that fabulous oil painted goodness in the chat? Go ahead and do that. These are 3D printed 1/1800 scale ships from Coco's Models. He's got all kinds of nifty stuff. Obviously, we've done tons of our U.S. ships, so look at this. They meet. Yeah, look at that. That's Enterprise and Akagi right there. And of course, we've also been working on our Regia Marina. I think we've done 4 or maybe 5. I think we've done 5 ships for the Regia Marina, a couple of destroyers, a cruiser, and 2 battleships. So see you in a bit there, Doji. Again, happy Tuesday. So who knows, Doji? Doji, maybe we'll see you again later on in the stream. And again, everybody please check out that link that Doji had posted. Super fantabulous oil painted miniatures. Go check it out. We need some more of our lighter stuff. We might have to get some more of the fast matte white out here too. Might have to do that here in the churn by the stern. Let's get some more of our white here. So yeah, Velfira, if you could shoot me a reminder to look for blueberry cheesecake fudge recipes. Because if I can make something like that, that would be very intriguing. No idea. Well, I got that mixer. I think that's the other reason. Like, why all of a sudden breads and all this other stuff? I got that mixer. You know, it's great for doing all the holiday cookies and stuff, but I would like to get some more use out of that besides just cookies. Gotta find me some nice fromage bread recipes there for sure. So see you later there, Doji. Again, thanks for being here. Always appreciate that. What are we doing along here? Let's get this. Just like we've been doing on all of our ships here. So we have Velfir. I still have to create. Is this the right? It is the right one. I still have to create. Figure out how I'm gonna paint some fabulous water texture there on one of our some kind of photo backdrop. So no, I think that is the right one. Okay. You know, I'm gonna break that up. I'm gonna break that up there. Then we'll take our blending brush here and then just do that. Soften up some edges up here. Some of them over there. Even some of the edges back here on the churn. Yep, starting to work. Fill this in. Actually, Velfira, there was a part of me that wanted to test the modeling paste for doing this. I mean, why not? I mean, it's about the same consistency as the heavy gloss gel. So that is definitely something I'm thinking about, Velfira, is utilizing the modeling paste, maybe even for doing our water effects, because it's going to get painted anyway. What's the difference? What is the difference if it's all going to get painted anyhow? DS Fultum, Mars Red. You know what? I'm just going to do that a little quicker. Break that down. Pin line washy stuff here. Not a ton. Just a little bit here and there. Certainly here on the deck supports. Yeah, just to kind of give folks an idea. I mean, this deck here is about 100 feet up over the water, at least, maybe more. So these supports there. I mean, those are going a long ways up. Now we got tons of spots in here. I feel okay about doing some of my weathering there. Not on the water though. Give me some more Maglaze stuff. So there we go. Man, these are like sponsons on top of sponsons here. These are some really long supports here to support these anti-aircraft guns. Hit some more of that over here. Now for this, I'm gonna just maybe take the Van Dyke Brown. I mean, it's got charred animal bones. What would be more appropriate for the smokestack out here than the amorphous carbon charred animal bones? There. More sponson goodness over here. Mooring cleats. Oh, thanks. Double thanks, Velfear. Appreciate that. So Elite, I guess the only entertaining thing about the NFL season is kind of what's going on in Dallas and then with the Jets. So Elite, there's already been a lot of talk of Rodgers being traded since, well, that playoff team's not going to happen. Actually, Velfira, it sounds like they might have some other yummy things too, oriented around blueberries besides just the potential blueberry cheesecake fudge. Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. We'll use this to blend a little bit of the weathering there, just a touch. Again, that's all wet into wet. Elite, that I think there might have been a record tied in the Sunday night game there with, what was it, a combined 7 interceptions. I think 9 is the record of combined interceptions, but I think with point deficit and number of interceptions, that might be the biggest one to be overcome there, Elite. I guess, well, you are the sideline reporters, so you would have you'll be able to find the actual stats on that. But I wouldn't be surprised if that was the most interception / largest deficit. Now, well, that was the next thing I was going to ask you about, Elite. Speaking, and we're talking about all things cardio here, with the artery stopping recipes. That had to be a little bit of a exciting finish to go through there. And Elite, they weren't just like, okay, one here, one there. It was, this side throws an interception. The very next play, this side throws an interception. It was like I was watching, well, again, I wasn't watching, I was just listening to basically a podcast version of it. Because this person usually has a laundry counter on their screen. And he literally has a laundry machine, a yellow laundry machine on the screen. So he put up the turnover count, and it was a picture of an apple turnover. And that number kept going up, and then there was a point where the referee said, wait a minute. The turnover count is higher than the laundry count, though they immediately rectified that. Yeah, the turnover counter stayed at 7. The flag counter went up to like 75, which is kind of light for an NFL game these days. Let me do a little more of the dark right here. Now we're going to try to really define some of our markings here on the deck. Yeah, let's do that here. We kind of had to sketch this in. Now we can start doing the rest of the markings there. And of course, Lee, you are well aware that you lose that turnover battle, you lose. It's kind of like in hockey. If you do not score on a 5-on-3 power play, you lose somewhere in the neighborhood of 85% of the time. Yeah, and not capitalizing on +2 turnover there. Also, the questionable choice of the 58-yard field goal. I think so, Valfira. And they have to wash them by hand. I could just see the players stepping on those on purpose, just to make them as dirty as possible. Well, accidentally on purpose. Let me see if I can expand. There we go. And get a little bit more of the dark in here again to try to redefine some of this. We will come back with some of our lighter stuff on the markings, but right now I just want to get. Nah, that's a little too light or too dark there. Let me get something a bit more in between. I think about like that. Yeah, Belfair, there was that one too. But again, Saturday was absolutely glorious. And that's what matters. And of course, actually, I think, well, there's no college game tonight, but there should be a college game, I think, tomorrow. And there will be another one on Friday. More college gridiron, more better. Do a little bit of streaky right there.
So say we all.
Hey, Iron Blade, nice to see ya. Thank you so much for this sub. Boy, it's been a while. I know that the hours have been crazy. You know, later and later there. But thank you so much, Iron Blade. Great to see you back. Thanks, Iron Blade. This is, I'm pretty sure, the most extensive freehand on any carrier I've had to do so far is this on Lexington. That's it. That is literally the extent of it. Now, of course, our barbershop Navy had a little bit more going on, right? So, yeah, there's our... Still, I think that's a better ship recognition symbol than this one. I literally want to write in here, just hit it here. Thanks, Orange Blade. Oh, Orange, this is what we did last week. So this is the Issei in 2 different configurations right there. And I don't know if you've seen the Hobbit terrain, but yeah, we've had a blast with that. Really enjoying the heck out of it here. This was the, the Blacksmith Hobbit hole. We've done 3 of these already. And Thursday, Friday, Saturday, well, we're doing 3 more. because that would, well, at least finish part of the Hobbiton board. There's more being printed out. Oh, that's fantastic. So I haven't done any British ships yet, Valfira. We've the Italian and the American ships obviously had their camo patterns on them. Do I have? Wait a minute. I think we have Essex here. Yep, there we go. So there's Essex with its camo pattern, or dazzle camo, we should say. Is this? And this is. I think this is our Portland class cruiser right here again with that camo scheme on it. Thanks, Iron Blade. It was actually all of the Hobbit holes. They have a fireplace inside, at least. So that has definitely meant a great opportunity to do some source lighting on the interiors. Now, Iron Blade, if you wanted to share any of your sci-fi ships. Oh, by the way, speaking of sci-fi, well, I'm gonna be doing a basically it's a 3D printed Eldar ship because we did this. We've done a couple of other 40K like Imperial vehicles, but now I've got an Eldar vehicle, so that's going to also be part of our Vehicles Workshop series. Now, Valfira, well, remember, was it you or was it Grand Oracle that suggested, or Landras that just, okay, take the files, combine them with these, right? Go into Chidubox, literally drop the plane down onto the deck here, and just print them on the, instead of trying to print them separate, they're all going to break, right? If I try snipping them off of the supports, just drop them down onto the deck here. And of course, Iron Blade. Oh, yeah, these, when you add stuff like this to them, and these come in all different colors, and there's obviously different shapes too. I like to call those light grenades. Oh, and we are going to be doing, the next one we're doing is a farm, like a stable hobbit hole, and of course we got all these guys printed out that we're going to put in there as well. Now, oh, I don't know, Iron Blade, if you saw again these fabulous. This was on Kathy's birthday. We did a Kathy miniature, and then we also did some of these gummy bears. So Velfira, I think those are from Printing Goes Ever On. Obviously, I have some other ones that I've gotten from other sculptors. So looking forward to seeing all of those. And I haven't actually painted any of them, Velfira. I have painted none of those. I printed out tons. I have not printed or painted any of them yet. So looking forward to doing that. And of course, we have to get back to our whatchamacallit. Oh, our Star Wars. So Shatterpoint, that's right, Shatterpoint, so that we can do some object source lighting on some more lightsabers. I kept thinking about our Ewoks, our murder hobbits, our cosplaying murder hobbits. We'll certainly get to those. Now, do I have the... no, there's just the one here. Okay. Now we're going to try to lighten up some parts of the... and it does go all the way back here. So all the way back to the stern. So hit these lines over here. Not everywhere, just in a couple of different places to strengthen those. Ah, there we go. There you are. Oh, let me see. 90 minutes ago, that's what it looked like. Yep, that's what we had 90 minutes ago. Don't blink. Don't blink. It happens quick. Boy, it was crazy, Velfair. We had to do this line, and then we had to do these two lines all the way from bow to stern. Then we had to do these lines. We had to do the circle. Then there's these, which are these must be launch points. That's all. I mean, obviously, it's weird. This one back here seems very strange. Either that. I don't think there would be an arrestor cable up here. I think the arrestor cable would probably be more back around here. Now we got more lines we have to tighten up here on these elevators. Yeah, we got the forward and midships elevators need these lines. That goes the length of the elevator. Okay. Do that here. Now, why don't we? I'm thinking. Well, let's see. Let's. Curious about these. Oh no. Let's do this. So we'll do that, and we'll do Issei side by side. How the heck am I going to hold both of these? And away goes the color. So Velfira, is it just me, or and it's happened before, right? Did that jack get a whole bunch darker than it was when we took away the color? Because I'm looking at this, that deck is not that much darker than the whole color. Look at that. Look at the difference there in black and white. Now, let me bring back the color veil for it. This is like I don't know, maybe I'm just noticing it more now, and it's always been the case. But ever since that one nozzle, look at this. Well, okay, so no, it is still, all right, we're okay then. I was like, how in the world is it that much darker than that? Now, Iron Blade. Oh, I don't have. Where is that one? Here it is. 1 second. Give me a second here to grab this. This is kind of our favorite one to do with the film noir because, again, you see all these color contrasts, right? Watch what happens. Look at this. That cloak. I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of shading here, but it's complete. Look at this. Everything just kind of disappears. Everything just sort of disappears until the color comes back. Look at this. Huh? That magenta and the green, they are the same value. It's the color is different, and that is the main aspect of that. The difference in the color. Hey there, Plank Walker. Well, Plank Walker, well, we have plenty of planks for you there. Look at that, Plank Walker. We have tons of planks for you to walk. Now, of course, what have we always said here? What is the worst ship to cross the line on? Is one of these. Can you imagine running about 900 and some odd feet of deck there with, shall we say, ankle trousers? Yeah, you don't want to be crossing the line on that ship. Well, you might have a welt or two by the end of your exercise there. there we go. From Moonlight Minis. Everybody please check that out. Moonlight Minis does some fantastic stuff. Everybody check that out from Night Whisperer. And then, of course, please give Night Whisperer a follow if you could. That would be fantastic. So yeah, everybody check out that. And again, painted with the oil paints too. So painted with the oils. You want to give Night Whisperer a follow. Night Whisperer, if you know when you're going to be streaming next, maybe give folks a heads up when the next stream might be. I know sometimes you just kind of have to go, you have to kind of roll with it, right? Okay, I have a chance to go live now, I'll just go live. Sometimes you don't know until you know. So check out that Discord link. Check out that Discord link and give Night Whisper a follow. Now that filled that in more than it was supposed to. Just take some of that away. Try it again. Nope. Maybe there's too much thinner on that. Maybe there's maybe it's the opposite. Maybe we gotta put some more thinner on that. Let me see what happens. We'll make another little batch over here. Well, we gotta use up some of it here first. Get some of these portals over here. Oh, that's what's happening. Okay, it's bouncing off of that over there. Now I somehow have to get some deck coloration here. Over there. Again, around these casemated guns. So Sundays and Mondays. And that is 9 p.m. Eastern Time. So again, everybody please give Night Whisperer a follow if you could. That would be tremendous. Yeah, check out that Discord link that Night Whisperer also shared. Gonna lighten this up here too. Oh, yeah. Oh, this side. We didn't get the deck color on that side. Now, again, we'll try and lighten up some of the stuff here where we've got the casemated guns. It is really fun being able to paint these ships because while there's an awful lot of you can recognize the ship, just see a picture of it, recognize it. There's certain parts of it where you don't necessarily see things, again, like the casemated guns. Oh, here, there's a way too much paint sitting on there, but okay, now it's a little better. We got the anchor over here and mooring cleats that we want to lighten up a little bit. Bunch of portals on the port side here. There. Couple more of these mooring cleats here. What was it? On the east side, those mooring cleats were in the weirdest place ever. They were a good 15, 17 feet from the gunnel there. I was like, what in the world are mooring cleats doing way back there? Couple of splonsons up here on the bridge, or the island, I should say. Okay, some again more of the anti-aircraft guns there. do some light on that. One hour 40 minutes ago. We just started on this. All painted with the oils, wet into wet. We took blue ink, Prussian blue ink, leave it to the Prussians, and our some Stanoris black primer, mix them together, just brush that on. That's the primer. That's what it looked like 1 hour and 40 minutes ago. Actually, I need to get some more of that tan deck color over here somehow. Underneath that deck, underneath the sponsons. We'll see if we'll be able to do that. First, I got this anyway. Let me try to get a little bit of light there. Now back to some of the deck color over here. I mean, you can just see, I mean, that is the prototypical battle cruiser hull right there. And it is same thing here, right? That's another converted battle cruiser. You can see it just in that long, narrow hull. Of course, with Issei, we were talking about that very, very pronounced Dreadnought era turret design. And we're going to see that on Nagato when we can't start painting this. And it'll be done the same way. We're going to do the dry brushy stuff there. In fact, maybe we might just do that in a little bit here. I might just do some of the dry brushy type stuff on Nagato so that we can do some of the first type of glaze, the darker glaze. Let that set, come back to this, then come back to Nagato and do the weathering type glazes on there. These are from Coco's models, printed on a, I almost said a Bamboo X1. Well, that would be the large version, right, Velfira? So have a good night there, Velfira. Thanks for finding the recipes. We'll look at those, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the blueberry cheesecake fudge. I mean, if it's blueberry cheesecake, I would be happy with that too. It's something that I could send to Armored Wolf in return for the delicious peanut butter fudge, which is some glorious stuff. Happy Tuesday to you there, Thranuel. Great to see you again. So Thranuel, hope that you're doing well. Alright, let's do this here. So Elite, I guess it's kind of looking basically like a repeat of last year as far as the NFL playoff picture. I think the one surprise team would be the Cardinals. That's probably about it, I would guess. Not really anything else interesting and intriguing as far as that goes. I mean, Pittsburgh. I guess the Bengals, as bad as they are, well, and of course the Cowboys, really more the surprise who is bad. Glad that you're doing reasonably well there, Thranuel. Because, yeah, a whole bunch of the league is really bad. And then you've got some good teams. Sort of. Let me see if we can't lighten this up a little bit here. And now let's get back up to these markings now that we've done the darker stuff on them. Oh, yeah, the Caden Daniels. We forgot about the Danielsons there. Now, of course, it's a lot of divisional play is going to be happening. So things could really start to change over these next 6 weeks. I think this is where those teams that maybe are September surprises or October surprises, once it's December especially, that's what starts to separate things. We're getting, again, these lines a little bit more well defined here. Yeah, that works. So see you later, Sarge. Thanks again for being here. And again, I'm glad that you were able to enjoy that so much and get to see folks you haven't seen for 40 years. So that is very cool. And of course, thanks for being here, Sarge. Appreciate that. And of course, take care of yourself. I'm going to see if I can't do some of the couple little light things here on some of these portals. If we don't like them, it's very easy to just get rid of that. Also have some more waves things to do down here. Let's get some of these guys. More of them here. All right, here. Gee whiz, more of them down here even. This has to be a record number of portals. Maybe a little bit of light up there. So see you on Thursday there, Sarge. And of course, we'll be getting back into the back into some of our hobbit holes. A little bit of light on the top edge of that. Okay. So let's we'll put you here. Let me get these guys also out of the way here, so that we can grab, where is we'll just grab this thing. I gotta change my references over here to Nagato. There we are. There we go. And same thing we'll have to do on the deck. You can see how they use the torpedo the torpedo protection enhancement to balance out the pagoda mast. Let's not snap off those barrels. You got your aircraft launcher over here, your float plane launcher. Wow, two decks worth of casemated guns. Holy smokes. That's insane. Those were a bad idea on all kinds of level. Eventually they just got rid of those so that they could put in More anti-aircraft guns. Whole idea behind these was protection from things like torpedo boats. So again, it's going to happen quickly here. Same pagoda style mast like what we saw in Issei. What's neat is that, again, they have a combat sprue and a sailing sprue. So here we've got the guns from the combat sprue, and those are barrels from the sailing sprue. Now, Thranduil, oh, gee whiz, Thranduil, were you able to check out, was it our Thursday Hobbit stream? Where, it was our Friday stream. It was puns galore. There were tons of puns, and it was, oh my gosh, it was pretty wild, Thranduil. So yeah, your Gerald R. Ford class ships, those are they're gonna be pricey. All 100,000 tons of them, around 1,200-ish feet long. That's the one I'm looking for. That's the one we're looking for. Then again, we're gonna do our water after we hit the deck. We're gonna hit the deck, then we'll do the water. Then we'll do some of those glazes. Then we'll head back over to Akagi. So yeah, Thranduil, it was wild and crazy with the puns on Friday. Well, whenever you're doing Hobbit stuff, it's kind of hard to avoid having the puns. More of our light stuff here with the jack. And yes, we're utilizing that dark blue-gray priming that we did to keep that nice and toned down. Now we'll have a little bit of that mixed with the ice blue. And we're going to start doing a little bit more as far as making the deck lighter in a few places. A little touch more here and there. Okay, now let's start doing some of the water here. I think this is actually the one we used here. Prussian blue, phthalo green, and a touch of the radiant green there. Wee bit of thinner. More of the blue. More of the blue. Going right up to the edge of the hull here. So Thranduil, let's see, you've got the crazy schedule back at maybe not as insane as it was in 22 there. Was it? No, it was 23, I think. It was the winter of 23. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. No. I'm going all the way back here. Start getting our stern churn area lighter back here. Letting that mix, of course. Using a little bit of our radiant colors here. And of course, as light as this seems, this is barely a middle tone. Well, you'll see what happens when we get actual light colors on here. It's going to make a big difference. So yeah, sorry that you got all the schedule mayhem there, Thranual. That makes it, I'm sure, real hard to do anything on the miniature side of things. I am kind of jazzed about the new tutorial that went up on the Patreon page because very excited about what is possible with that modeling paste and the marble dust. That really that worked out better than I could have possibly hoped. Now we'll get, this is just our regular ocean color there. And now let's start getting some of the juicy light stuff here. First, got to get all the deck color out of that brush. Now, you know what? Let me just get some more of my fast matte white out here. We're going to need it anyways. There we go. Let's get this out here. Yeah, Doji, well, packing it all up, not easy. Then getting it somewhere, not easy. Then also having to set it all back up again, not easy. None of those things easy. That's for sure. So sorry, doing all those different things at once. Sorry, I got to deal with all of those things. Maybe not as much thinner. We are definitely going to utilize our blending brush, but you can see how this is already starting to change. Already looks very different. We're trying to take advantage of course, all of the kind of mid-range stuff that we already have out here. And just again, 2 hours in, neither one of these ships had anything on them except primer. Get more of that light there. We're going to take some of this and just kind of drag that along. Now here's a little wave for us to pick. Now we'll start to get some of the stern churn a little lighter back here. And that's physically sculpted. That's not just me painting it. There is actual texture there that I can work on or work from. Okay. So some of our fast matte white. Oh, and that's the other thing is all of these Dreadnought era ships, they all have stern anchors as well. I don't think, no, Akagi doesn't have one, but Issei does have an aft anchor, and it's only on the one. Now this is on both port and starboard. I've never seen a ship with stern anchors like that. And oh, those aren't just grouchy whatever. No, those are actual anchors. There's my blending brush. There you are. Gonna use that and let that mix together, let it spread. And as light as this might seem, we can go at it's maybe like a value 3 at most. So we haven't even gotten to a 2 yet, much less a 1. Carry this out to the edge there. Boom. Tiny bit further out. Oh, I need some more light on the edge of that. Right there. Yep, we need some more of that going all the way to the edge of the base. Oh, that's right. We also, at a certain point, once we're done with the water here, we got to paint the black along the edge, because that really does help me figure, okay, how light have we made this, that, and the other, whatever. Right, Blades, how you doing? Everybody, please give Blades a follow. So, Blades, great to see you here as always. Again, everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. And Blades, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So glad that you do it well there, Blades. So, Blades, one of the things we're trying to look up, I don't know if you were there. No, that was too many years ago. Yeah, at Adepticon, where I was introduced to blueberry cheesecake fudge. And now we're going to see if we can make something like that here. So Blades, oh geez, Blades, did you see this, the Friday stream? I think it was the Friday, yeah, it was the Friday one, where it was puntastical. Yes, it was puns galore. Holy smokes, it was just non-stop punnage. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that Blades just shared, and everybody please give, again, Blades a follow. So Blades, hopefully the stream was fun today, because I think you did your usual Monday stream, right? So Shinnog, yes, it's a blueberry cheesecake fudge. And the last time I had that was 2019. What was there? Well, no, actually, I think it was. No, actually, maybe it was 2023. That's right. Yeah, I think the last time I had that was in 2023. So Shinnog, I mean, it sounds really spectacular, doesn't it? It sounds very, 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 very good. Now the thing is, it's pretty darn expensive, and that's why I was thinking, well, if I could make my own. What just got me thinking about it was making my, as I call it, branberry sauce. That is my cranberry infused with blueberry sauce. Blades, actually, that cheese that's been on, it's still on sale at the store. I got to get me some more tomorrow. I've been taking it and mixing, just using some, was it roasted red pepper hummus, and kind of using that with the Gouda cheese there. So with the Gouda fromage, it's a very good fromage. Yes, that Gouda is a very good fromage. So it looks like a couple of these barrels, man, it must have been maybe while I was priming it or something, but we're missing a few barrels there. I'll have to try and grab some then from the sailing sprue and see if I can put those on there. But yeah, I'm like looking around, where's the barrels here? They're all gone. And well, holy, that was some of the puns. Some of the puns, Blade, because obviously we had the pumpkin patch that we were working on. So yeah, there was lots of humorous things around gourds and stuff like that. Yes. There was one pun after another. Yeah, we're going to be doing our darker glazy stuff on here too. So everybody please check out the Instagram link that Blades just shared. And again, please give Blades81 a follow. Now, let me do a little look-see here on our... Whoops, that's... Okay. No, they don't have the canvas on these turrets, okay? Yes, it is not a gourd thing that you missed that at all, Blades. It was there was a lot of hilarity and jocularity that was had, for sure. Again, look at all of these crazy casemated guns. There are 2 decks. I have not seen a ship with 2 decks of casemated guns. It's almost like the crazy hotel, French hotel-style battleships of the late 1800s. I mean, that's basically a tumblehome design there. So blades, boy oh boy, recoil is not here, and of course surface tension is not here yet, and I don't think Grand Oracle is here either. So you have the floor. It is always open mic night at the Wappleville Comedy Club. Yes, indeed, all puns all the time. You know what? I'm going to try to lighten up the sides of the turrets here. Where's my... We'll use you as a blending brush here then. Yes, indeed, Blades. Yeah, but I still haven't had a chance to try to hunt down, see if that one place that, oh gosh, Kate. Kate creates mention. It is indeed the same place that does the Lord of the Rings themed, well, not, I want to say gummy bears, but the Lord of the Rings themed Muppets. Because that would be pretty hilarious. Thank you so much, Meth Muffin. Appreciate that. So, happy Tuesday there, Meth. And it is a Tuesday here. And that's it. Look at that. It's a baker's dozen. 13 months. That's the best kind of dozen, is the baker's dozen. So, yeah, there is the Akagi and Nagato. So you do. So you got it from my mini fan. Okay. Well, that's good to know. We'll definitely have to snag those at some point. That would make for some super fun streams, I think. Because is there 8 or 9 of them, Blades? I can't really remember. Hey there, Acid Burn, how you doing? So Acid Burn, hopefully everybody had a blast on the stream. And of course, Acid Burn, if there's anything you can share, want to share in the chat, please go ahead. Hopefully Slade, I wasn't quite sure what game that was. Wasn't quite sure what one that was, but that was pretty wild. So yeah, Blades, I can only imagine how hilarious those will be to paint. We'll certainly have to get those, no doubt about it. Yeah, I was wondering their Acid Burn because the folks I did that mural for, they just did the first birthday party. And I don't know how mobile they are once they get to that 1 year mark. I know it can vary. It's not always the same. Now let me try to get some more light on the out here on our water effects. Oh, there you go. Zombie orcs. There you go. That sounds very cool there, Acid Burn. Yeah, I don't. I think there was the big resurgence of Valheim, but I think that's already kind of had its run come and gone. Who knows? Maybe we'll have another resurgence if there's another release or something like that. So the churn back here, we're going to lighten this up. We can still a little lighter than that. A little bit lighter here. There we go. Just taking the vast matte white, that's all it is. Yeah, Acid Burn, I guess, well, there's the ship version, right, for War Thunder. No, World of Warship. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. Haven't played any of that, but... Oh, that's right, yeah, there's the skins, that's it. So, I think if you get enough gold or whatever for special holidays or whatever, you've got different skins, so you could have, USS Essex or something like that, but the entire ship is done in red, white, and blue dazzle camo. So I think there's even like Cinco de Mayo versions of ships or something like that. I guess for folks that have racked up whole lot of points playing the game. Need to lighten up this too on the front of that wave. I would imagine it's the same thing for the planes. There's probably all kinds of skins and other things that you can get into when unlocked at certain achievements or whatever. Oh, Esper, glad that you've been able to have some fun with that. So great to see you there, Bithron. Yeah, we're doing Nagato and where's Akagi? There it is. So let me see. 2 hours and 14 minutes ago, we started painting these two ships. They had no paint on them at all. You know what? While we're thinking about it here, why don't we Well, you had to. Fine, I'll just use this brush. Now, acid burn. I can imagine that can really drop the hammer on somebody. That's for sure. Yep, that can definitely make a mess of somebody. And I guess now it has all kinds of, what do they call them? Not gunships. Basically like missile ferries where they just put a whole bunch of missile launchers and everything on them, and they're not designed to bomb things in a traditional sense. They're there to just carry as many missiles as possible, like a missile tug or something like that. So Shinnog, if you wanted to, there is a game, and it's actually does use 1/1800 scale ships. Was it Victory at Sea? That's by Warlord. So yeah, I didn't realize that was also 1/1800 scale. But yeah, if you wanted to play that, these would certainly work. Obviously, they do have ships that you can buy. There we are. What was really wild was seeing an episode of Drakenifel. Where's my unit? There's my ultimate unicorn ship right there, Montana. Yeah. So they were gonna try and with this, they're gonna take out the back two turrets, most of the superstructure, keep some of the. Well, actually, gonna take the 5-inch gun, put those forward, and almost turn this like a Polaris missile submarine. And they were gonna have originally 10, then down to 6 uh, missile bays in the amidships there. That would have been insane. Now, let me see if I can get some of the really, 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 really light stuff here with this finer brush at the bow. Now we did reasonably light there. Now we're going to hit it even more. That's for sure, Blades. They were going to do the same thing with the Iowa classes because they thought, okay, that's the next thing is they didn't necessarily want to. Well, they were building purpose-built guided missile cruisers, but they had all of these heavily armored ships, and they thought, well, maybe they could use those to deliver nuclear payloads. Because, well, they didn't exactly have the B-52 quite at that time. More of that light right up there on that wave. And again, we're only just kind of getting underway because we haven't even finished off our Italian Navy yet. We haven't even started the British Navy yet. So the Blades running completely unopposed in the pun area there. Because it could be another half an hour before we see surface tension. So Blades is able to run amok, completely unopposed for puns. More of that right along the edge of the stern there. And again, that water text, that is sculpted on there. That's not just painted on, that's actually sculpted on there. Geez, if we were still working on the Hobbit blacksmith shop, I would say that you would have to strike while the iron is hot. But of course, if you're a blacksmith, you're always trying to find a new way to forge ahead. All right, now I might. No. We'll wait. Give that a chance to set before we put the black along the sides of these bases here. Now there's Grand Oracle. So Grand Oracle Blades has been doling out the puns for quite some time now. So now you have got to respond there and equalize the punnage there. So Grand Oracle, yep, we've been working on Nagato and Akagi here. Blades, well, ironically enough, we do have the Hobbit Tavern. That'll really set the bar for sure. So great to see you there, Grand Oracle. So Grand Oracle, I don't know if you saw that new video up there, the experiment with the marble powder and I keep wanting to say flex paste, but the modeling paste, huge success. It worked out fantastic on just all levels. So yeah, tremendous success with again, both the marble dust and the modeling paste. So you will be seeing plenty of that stuff again. And Crandor, when you see that, you'll get kind of a sort of an idea just how gigantic that Smaug figure is. Again, the base of that Smaug figure is pretty much larger, and again, just the base of it is bigger than the footprint so far of any of the Hobbit buildings I've done. It should make for an easy. I'm hoping again that I can maybe do some kind of video where we're working on it with the airbrushes. But we will see if that is feasible. No way to know until I try, that's for sure. So again, Grand Oracle, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Of course, lots of recipes discussed. I think the recipe of the night is the blueberry cheesecake fudge. Well, actually, Blades, gee whiz, it's in the name. It's fromage. It's in the name, so it already has fromage. It's fudge with fromage. So that makes it even better, right, Blades? Not only is it delicious fudge, but it also has fromage in it. That's a blueberry fromage cake. That's what we'll have to call it. That blueberry fromage fudge cake. A new special recipe here. I mean, this is a culinary channel, of course. Actually, that's still wood over there. Okay, that's fine. That is definitely going to be a drag on. Yeah, that's going to be a drag on everything there. Yeah, that's for sure. Definitely a drag on. But that thing is absolutely gigantic. Holy smokes! It's hard to say just how big that thing, how heavy it is. Again, just the wings alone one of the Smaug wings, if you were to take all of the ships that we painted, I believe we're on, what, 17 and 18 here? If you were to take all those ships together, it would not equal the weight of just one piece of one of the wings. Not the entire wing, just one piece of the wing. Yes, that dragon Grand Oracle is certainly of an epic scale, is it not? So how you doing there, Sectrix? Great to see you. So hopefully, Sectrix, the printer is still kind of doing what you need it to do, all locked in. And thank you so much for joining us here. We are using another version of the fabulous Battlecraft supplies, miniature holders. Yeah, I would expect Grand Oracle that it would definitely breathe some life into the channel. Certainly something very warm. Ah, that's fantastic there, Sectorix. Actually, Sectorix, I almost was about to walk over to the bank today. I was just about to charge over there. And then I realized, I said, oh, yeah. No days off here in Wappleville. No, well, also, what was it? Hashtag no sleep in Wappleville. Yeah, no days off here. It was a fabulous college football Saturday, though. A tremendous college football Saturday. It just keeps it just keeps building. I was thinking a few weeks ago, well, there's no way we're ever going to get this again. This will be like the one wild weekend of the season. Maybe we get a little something going after, but no, it has been all insane, fantastic. You know what? I think I am gonna. There you are. We are gonna get some of this on the side of the base because it's. I need to see what's going on over here. Right? We have so much stuff going over to the side there. Let's get that all set up here. Maybe we'll use this brush. I'm just gonna set up something with my water here. A little extra water over there. All right. We have plenty of prints going on. We have a new Harad stable. That's going to be very fun. More Hobbit stuff, and of course, getting back into the resin printing, printing out those the spider web trees. That's going to be super fun. So a whole Mirkwood forest type of thing. Ah, very helpful. Yeah, I needed to do this. Well, obviously I'll do it again with the actual blackest black. Bithron, I wasn't sure if you got caught up on any of the MESBG news at all of late. Like I was saying on the other broadcast, I am so glad that what we were going to be doing is going to be very, just not standard regular game stuff, right? That we're basically doing our own version of the game anyway. You definitely have to send me pictures of that, Sectorix. If you don't mind, definitely send me pictures of that. I would love to see that. That'd be fabulous. Nope, let me get. There we are. Look at that. See a big difference there. just from a visual standpoint, I needed to be able to see this cleaner edge over here. Yeah, I still have to try and get back into the gameplay videos on the War of the Ring board game, and maybe see if I can just try and set up something, a tabletop simulator for that. Alright, I'm just going to get the water here so I can get this out of the brush. But oh, that makes such a big difference there. Yes, it does. Alright, just going to get that out of the brush here. Where's my paper? There's my paper towel. I'm going to see if I can just use this white out here. So I have to get, I might just still have to get some more of the fast matte white out here anyways. Let me roll with this here. Hopefully this has had a chance to set. Remember, we did all of our, we're doing some of the rusty stuff there. We'll have to wait once this doesn't look quite so shiny anymore there where we're doing all our glazy stuff. It's not just fleeting, Grand Oracle. No siree. There is, yeah, we're not just going to be, I think we're looking ship-shape for the future. We have 3 navies. We haven't even started yet. There's still a huge portion of the U.S. fleet that I haven't done yet. And again, we haven't even started the British underwater navy. And then I've actually got probably potentially dozens of 28 millimeter ships to paint. I think Armada Mondays is pretty much an inexhaustible supply. Because we haven't done any, well, say like Black Seas sized sailing ships. Once we've kind of explored this, then we haven't done any current day ships. We have to start doing those too. They'll touch on that anchor. Where is that? I guess we'll use this as a blending brush. Sure. There we go. That needs to be later. Up against the hole here. So again, those waves are actually physically right. They're there. They're not just painted on. We did that with, again, the heavy gloss gel. And of course, when it comes to naval gunnery here, Grand Oracle, I'm pretty sure that our, again, our Armada Mondays, it's not just a flash in the pan. Throw some light on these things up here. Now we'll try to light up some of the sponsons a little here. We did all the darker glaze stuff. Did some of the weathering stuff. Nah, that's too much there. Let's get rid of some of that. right. Maybe a little more light on the edge of the deck right here. Now, certainly down here where we got the casemated guns, let's get some light on those. Well, let me see. That would be the Civil War. Battle for New Orleans, and that was Farragut that said that. Grand Oracle, that didn't you look up? Remember, you found cotton clads? Some 3D printable cotton clads, didn't you? I'm pretty sure it was either you or Velfira found those cotton clads. But yeah, that was Farragut. And that was all part of splitting the Confederacy in half. Well, obviously they wanted to get up the Mississippi River, so that was a battle for New Orleans, Mobile Bay. Trying to cut off the Confederate raiders and the Confederate blockade runners. I think actually his flagship also. I'm not sure if he lost a flagship during that one, but I think actually more ships survived than he thought. And of course, torpedoes, they're not like the torpedoes we're thinking about. They were basically almost more like mines. Pretty sure they were explosives on the end of poles, right? Because, I mean, even the American torpedoes at the start of World War II were kind of a joke. This apparently, that quick sink bomb. I guess even with all the bells and whistles, this thing is like $50,000. One torpedo is about $5.6 million. It has one torpedo, a Mark 48 torpedo, I think. So that's why they're really excited about the quick sink. Because, well, right now you can put them on, say, like a B-1, B-21 Spirit, whatever, bombers. But they want to have even like a more portable version that can be put on fighter aircraft, even if they lose their stealth profile. It's something that could respond very quickly. Nope, I don't want to get too much light along that edge. Also, too, I don't want that to be just a solid. We're trying to have some variance in there, too. Actually, I need to... let me get some more paint on this here brush. And I think we're good to go on that. Okay, that's as far as we need to go with those lines. Don't need to go lighter red on that. I think there's a couple of highlights on the island slash bridge here that I can do. on the starboard side of it. Now, what do we have here? Is this in a... Yeah, I think we can just about now think about doing some of the more of the rust weathering type stuff. We've got same brush we were just doing that with. Some of the asphaltum, some of the Mars red, or Terra Rossa would also work. So again, asphaltum, some of that, mix them together, more of the thinner. So we'll do this. We'll let that set. Go back to Akagi, and then come back here. And then add those lightest lights. Still cannot get over 2 decks worth of casemated guns. And that's in the modernized version. So Blades, if you wanted to share your stuff in the chat one more time, I know you'll probably be heading off to at least attempt to sleep at some point here, since it's 2 o'clock in the morning for you. Still only 1 o'clock here. A little more than we wanted there. No problem. We'll just take that right away. All gone. What's interesting is that these turret redos, they're so much like... Do I have the turret sprue? No, I don't have the turret sprue, but when you look at the triple turrets here on Yamato and Musashi, they were actually of that same kind of, at least the roof design on it was definitely the same. I will have to see. I'm pretty sure that he and his Kriegsmarine ships, he must have Graf Spee in there. And try and get a little bit more of the rest up here in the anchor chain area. A little bit. Then again, we got 4 anchors. 4 anchors. 2 at the bow, 2 at the stern. Who'd thunk it? More of that up here. A little bit to separate that. Okay, set you aside. Grab you again. Now, let me do something here. Let me take my blending brush. Just gonna grab some of the Prussian blue here. And we're gonna do a little bit of a dry brush of the Prussian blue here in some of the water. It's getting a little bit more of the... When I was looking at some of the other ships, we didn't have quite that much green in the water. Okay. And now we'll be coming back with our later stuff too, but yeah, I just was looking at the Akagi here, and I said, no, we want to change that water. I think we've gotten a lot of the stuff to lighten the water now back here on on all of our anti-aircraft mounts. We need to get some of our ice blue back there, I think. minus some of, there's a piece of fuzz on that brush. Now it's gone. Yep. Over on the top here, we have nothing there. And these these are the same anti-aircraft gun turrets that you see on Yamato here. Because I think that was about the same era, maybe. I think it turned out that the anti-aircraft gun, as many as there were, they were very, very inadequate on Yamato and Musashi. I guess when we go to do our British carriers, we're going to have to find some STL files of some very swordfish torpedo planes. A little World War I holdover biplane that was one of the most effective, probably the most effective torpedo plane in the war. Was a holdover from the First World War, basically. They called them what? The old string bags. Because they were just made from canvas and string. And yeah, we can't really get too much light along the deck there. I mean, it's most definitely in shadow. How's about we welcome in Tealscar. Teals, how you doing? As always, thank you so much for the raid. That is appreciated. Everybody, please give Tealscar a follow if you could. So, Death by Tacos, nice to see you. Happy Tuesday. So, we are working on our Armada Mondays here. Not one, but two ships. So, 2 hours, 47 minutes ago, these two had no paint on them whatsoever. We have the Akagi here, Nagato here. 1 week ago, we painted not one but two versions of the Issei. So that's the early war configuration and then the late war battle carrier version right there. Yeah, we're just getting started on our IJN. We've been obviously painting lots and lots of our American ships. This is our very first Armada Mondays. We had Enterprise and Arizona. We've even started doing our Regia Marina here. So yes, we've been doing some of our Italian ships. So there's Roma and Conte di Cavour, so our Italian Navy. And again, we're just getting into our Japanese Navy. We're going to be doing, well, everything. So yeah, 2 hours, 48 minutes ago, these two were just, they were just primer. And we've had to do all the freehand. Yeah, those aren't decals or anything like that. That is all freehanded. What was our latest? Actually, our latest stream was this, which was it was a Hobbit blacksmith shop. So that was super fun. This is actually the third of the Hobbit buildings that we've done so far.
Hello, little hobbits. Fuck my gun.
Thank you so much, Death by Tacos. Appreciate that. Okay, so I do enjoy the surfboards here. No, not a surfboard. It's like, yeah, I like the surfboard, but I'm not taking that all the way to Valinor. That's nuts. What's gonna happen to Gandalf here on his big Gandalf 6? Oh, that's a solid roll for Mr. Gandalf right there. A very solid roll. Now, where's our... oh, here we go. I think you might have seen... Well, let me see. We did, what, 11 Nazgul and Fell Beast during October. We also did the Watcher in the Water. That was, what, about a 5-hour stream or so, something like that. More water effects. We also painted a couple of these couple of birdies here. These are all 3D printed. This was super fun. We'll still we have to get our snow effects on here, but yeah, we got ourselves some birdies right there. Now we don't just do Lord of the Rings stuff and ships. We also have been doing some old world stuff. We actually did do we painted another chariot. Oh, I think it was yeah, it was this one from Titan Forge here with the mummy horses on there. Eventually, we will get back to some of our Shatterpoint figures there. Yep, Death by Tacos. We do. Well, we stream 4 times a week: Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The other days we're not doing that. We are filming tutorial videos. This is a recent video that we did. Again, all of this is done with the oil paints. And of course, Teals, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Of course, we have our vehicles workshop, and we're going to be doing an Eldar vehicle next. We also have tutorials where we work on creating army color schemes, like we did for our Dark Queen Schmaladriel. And oh yeah, that's some of our army painting series. Speaking of Eldar here, this was another one of our army painting series that we did for the Patreon page. Now we can start getting some of our light going here on the Nagato. We did the rust. Now we're going to get back into some of our lighter stuff here. So yeah, if you want to share anything there, Teals, please go ahead and do that. And everybody, please again give Tealscare a follow. Oh, look at this. We got mooring cleats. And they're actually where they're supposed to be. Not like on Issei where they're a good 15 to 20 feet inboard. That's just insane. So yeah, well again, we did a whole bunch of Nazgul. We've also painted on our Armada Mondays. This is just one of 3 Corsair ships. We also did an Elven ship. Again, that is for our Corsairs. We've done a whole bunch of the Candish yurts for our Candish army. And of course, we've also been painting some Easterling buildings on the stream. And then now we've been getting into the Hobbit holes. Like the Weeping Angel says, don't blink, right, Grand Oracle? Don't blink, you will certainly miss something. Everybody check out that Discord link that Teals just posted, and please give Tealscare a follow, of course. So Teals, thanks so much for the raid. I know you usually have to kind of cut out pretty quickly after the raid because you got stuffs to do, right? Surface tension. Surface tension, First Blades and then Grand Oracle have been taking advantage of your absence, and they've been dropping down all kinds of puns. So now is your chance to try to respond, to see if you can fire off a few broadsides of your own. So great to see there's surface tension. Of course, if you want to share your fabulous oil painted miniatures there in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Again, everybody, please check out that Discord link, and of course, please give a follow to Tealscare there. Well, I'm glad, Teals, that you don't have to quite rush around as much this time around. So these, the ships here we take. So we've got ourselves a 3D printed ship, and yes, this will be the last ship that we do of our IJN right here. So we've got the 3D printed ship, and then we've got a piece of plastic card. Then we take our heavy gloss gel just to do the water effects here. So it's sort of, we do have a ship over here that's got it. So yeah, there you can kind of see the texture on there. So when we paint it, it just obviously accentuates that texture. Yeah, it's nothing that we've ever seen before, right? Now, of course, here's some of the original Armada stuff that we did way back in the day. These were super fun, and of course, you can see we got the same water effects going there. So super fun doing the water. Absolutely love doing that. Oh yeah, now Teals, for Kathy's birthday stream, we one thing led to it. We did get some STL files sculpted of our Lord of the Rings gummy bear. So these are gummy bears with a Lord of the Rings theme, and we painted those two on Kathy's birthday stream. But there's more that we want to try and get sculpted here. So yes, these are all Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. We're hoping that we can get those sculpted, as STL files, so that way then, Kathy's birthday week, we can have everybody painting gummy bears. And Boomitz was nice enough to sculpt those. Again, if I knew how to do the digital sculpting myself, I would just plowed through and done all of those sculpts. But I'm just kind of hoping maybe for next October we'll have even more of those done. I still want to try and make a mold or something, Landrast. I want to try and make a mold. I don't know if you can use a mold for making gummy bear type things. I'm not so sure about that. Heck, we still have to see how the blueberry cheesecake fudge is going to go. Much less making gummy bear recipes. Still can't believe 2 decks worth of case-mated guns. I know I might have said it about 12 times already, but it's still pretty shocking to see. And I've seen millions of pictures of Nagato, but I never actually painted it, so... there we go. It's more of our lighter tone here. And it's more of that gunmetal gray, of course. Battleship gray. We got some cruisers that are printed out. Those are ready to go. Obviously, we have Musashi, Yamato. I also have, I think it's either Kaga or it's either Kaga, Hiryo, or Soryo. One of those three. I'll see you later, Teals. Thanks so much for being here. Of course, everybody, please give Tealscar a follow if you could. And everybody, check out that the link that Surface Tension just posted. Some really fabulous oil painted miniatures by Surface Tension. So really nifty stuff. Yeah, Surface Tension. I'm hoping that I can get those airbrush vids filmed so that we can have some of those Tomb Kings, Stalkers, and Necropolis Knights to paint on stream. Again, I based 9 of them. I want to use some of those things in some streams. That was a good 2.5-hour video right there. So again, everybody say goodnight to Teals, and of course, again, please give Tealscar a follow. Try to catch a little light on the barbette there. This one has none. Lighten up the edge of that turret, and maybe even this too. Some of the your range finders. Yeah, surface tension. I still haven't had a chance to print up some more of those fabulous Ushabti from Titan Forge. I really enjoyed painting those. You know what? I'm gonna darken the tops of these, or lighten up the top. Those are just too dark. So thanks, Armored Wolf, for sharing the Instagram link there. We've got a new video we just put up on the YouTube channel a few days ago. And we took one of our Twitch sessions here, the one on the Great Eagles, and we shortened that up. It was about a 4-something hour stream, and now it's it's about 2 hours ish. Of course, if you want to see any of the past episodes, like previous episodes where we were painting our ships, I save all of the episodes as highlights, so they're all there. Go back and watch them all. Well, there would be hundreds of them to watch, so it might take a while. I can't divide them into into playlists, but each one does have a thumbnail. So you look at the picture, the thumbnail, and you say, okay, yeah, that's that object source thing I wanted to see, whatever. Fine, we'll darken that edge too. You know what? Some of these portals over here, we'll have to get some dark on those. What about on the? Yeah, we need some more, some more of our mid-range. Nope, that's not quite light enough. Let me go more of the ice blue there. So weird to see anchors fore and aft. Never seen any of that really before. And what was the other thing about oh yeah, that's right, the casemated guns down there. That is just one of the biggest surprise. You know what? I'm going to try and get a little bit of my light here. Again, that is the torpedo protection system, which also served to be a counterbalance for all the weight added when they did the pagoda masts. I mean, you want to recognize an Imperial Japanese Navy ship, they're most likely going to have a pagoda-style mast on them. Whereas your British ships and U.S. ships had the tripod masts like these. Of course, was it Tennessee, West Virginia? Those still had the bird cages, which had a tendency to kind of fold up in rough weather. Not really wanting to be up there, or underneath them for that matter, in heavy seas. Now, to get surface tension, you're gonna have to gear up some puns for when we do all of our livestock with our next Hobbit hole. Of course, whoever wins the championship punnage right there, they're going to be the goat. They will end up being the goat. So everybody wants to be the goat. Never did get that on this here, the blending brush. Like so. So yeah, 3 hours, 4 minutes ago now. We started out taking mostly the ice blue, a little bit of indigo, did some of the quick dry brush type stuff. Then we did some some glazes over that, some darker glazes while that was having a chance to set. We did a lot of work on the water, came back up onto the main hull superstructure, and then did our some other midtones like what we're doing here. We also, in between some of those, put some of the rust on here, some of the weathering. Again, we don't want to go too bonkers with it. It's not supposed to be rusted Hulk. I guess that would be the nuclear testing version of Yamato, or sorry, Nagato. Yeah, it does. It behooves you to try and gear up on puns now, right? So nice to see you there, Steven. So yeah, we have Akagi and Nagato tonight. Last week was both iterations of Issei. Who knows? We might even get into the I-400 series of subs. So Steven says that in 1970, oh yeah, I remember that movie. I remember that movie for sure. They made a film set of Nagato. What I'm wondering is, did they paint Nagato orange like they did, say, Nevada and some of the other nuclear testing ships? I just don't remember. I'd have to look that up. So great to see you, Steven. Appreciate you being here. Let's go a little bit lighter here. Little lighter right there on the deck. So again, now we'll try to emphasize the Kirubutai as far as our carriers go here. This is basically the first of them, right? We're doing Akagi. I have one other carrier. I'm pretty sure it's not Kaga. It's not Kaga though. I mean, there's plenty to choose from. Let's see, what else do we have? We have Shuikaku. We've got Shinano, which I know he has. Again, speaking of taking a ship and making it into something else, yes, they took the third of that class and tried to turn that into an aircraft carrier. It didn't work out super well. Hey there, Kate. Nice to see you. Everybody, please give Kate Crates a follow. Of course, Kate, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And you'll still be working on that bust, right? Steven, well, even just like for Lord of the Rings, right? They built Minas Tirith. There was, as they called them, bigatures, instead of all just computer generated. Well, and it's something that's actually physically there. There are advantages to that, that's for sure. Everybody, please check out that Discord link that Kate just posted. So Death by Tacos, it was more of a forced transition back in 2021, as what happened with around 9/11 and everything was for us like what the pandemic stuff was to businesses a few years ago. Fortunately, at that time, we had things like eBay and PayPal, which just happened to arise. They were so new. To do an eBay listing, we actually had to do it via HTML. Yes, we had to write our own code to make an eBay listing. Because again, what we used to do was 2D art. That's what I used to do years and years ago, was 2D art. What really helped again was this magical triple play of eBay, PayPal, and Cool Mini or Not. So Kate, it's been another up-tempo day. It's going to be an up-tempo week. Of course, I think you've heard us talking the potential for being able to make our own version of the blueberry cheesecake fudge. I'd settle even for blueberry cheesecake, even if the fudge part is not possible. But well, blueberries are on the mind since I'm going to be making my blueberry cranberry sauce. We call it branberry. Yeah, surface tension. Believe it or not, the forum still exists. Remember forums? So Death by Tacos, the key thing will be obviously to well, these days build up a huge social media stuff. You will have to be doing a lot of stuff on social media. The Instas, the Facebooks, because you got the different Facebook groups. And if you really, of course, now you have things like Twitch, you have YouTube. If we had stuff like this back in 2001, we might have still been doing, who knows, we might have never been doing miniatures. Yeah, surface tension, that was when we first started painting miniatures back in 2001. 2003 was about the time. That's when the transition really took hold. It is ironic now to be painting 2D stuff again on the Twitch channel here. Stephen, you know what's really an interesting, well, of course, Shattered Sword is a great book, but Drakenifel, he has a great series of videos. I think it might be 5 episodes long, but it's all the salvage of Pearl Harbor and how they made the decisions, and how there were those that still thought, they still were saying that Arizona was salvageable, right? And of course, we've been talking a lot about, well, again, here you can see the casemated gun still here, right? And of course, how advanced. Let me see. Here's Roma, and here is, yeah. So those are 2 ships of the same era. One is completely obsolete. The other one is not. But yeah, it's hard to believe those are both 1941 ships right there. I mean, obviously one was launched in 1915. Roma, the Littoral class battleships, launched much more recently than that. Now, of course, again, maybe making use of Twitch wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for trying to kind of make a go of it at the miniatures thing. One thing is you'll probably have to be able to paint all kinds of different things. Obviously, everybody kind of has their own favorite things. But probably trying to expand that out as much as possible, not the worst thing in the world to do. You also kind of have to decide, are you going to be doing this as commission stuff? Is it going to be a combo platter, commission, streaming, whatever? There's also Patreon pages. So Stephen, what's really wild is to see the photos of Oklahoma with that winch mechanism that they set up. And I don't know if you've seen pictures of Shaw. You know, there's that giant, that picture of the giant explosion, which some folks think is Arizona, but no, that's Shaw. Which basically the bow was blown off of that ship, but it was in dry dock. So they basically took some wood, made a fake bow. Pretty much the forward, I think, 30, 40 feet of the ship was gone. And they actually ended up taking basically the bow of, it was either Caisson or Downs, and they put that on the Shaw. Well, Kate, breakfast sounds very good. Hopefully that was tasty. Again, we will be making our famous cranberry sauce. So that is cranberry sauce infused with blueberries. Sometimes we even also put a little bit of orange juice or orange zest in there. And this gets mixed much more heavily, darn near pureed, and that way it can serve as either sort of almost like a jam on toast or bagels. But also, if you got yourself some ice cream, you can use it a little bit of a topping on your ice cream. So yep, tacos. That is going to be your primary way of trying to reach out to folks. It's not something that you have to do all at once, but you need something like an Instagram to at least be a repository of pictures. And that's the other thing too, is as photography is going to be a part of your life now, if that's what you want to do. So you can check out my Instagram there. You can kind of see, I'm just same as here on the channel, just Wapelius on Instagram. Go check that out. So yep, Stephen, that's why we joke about when I start painting the British Navy. We are going to start with the underwater Navy. Royal Oak, Barham, Hood, Repulse, Renown, Glorious, Eagle, Ark Royal. The list is long. Yes, the British really did a good job of inventing the submarine surface fleet, especially in the early war days. I'm pretty sure, well, I know he has the Nelson slash Rodney class. Again, this is 3D printed from Coco's models. We're also going to get into some World War I era, so that we can have a Battle of Jutland, and we can also then say, you know, there must be something wrong with our bloody ships today. Stephen, actually, I did the same class as Indianapolis. Yeah, we painted actually 3 U.S. cruisers. I know I've got a Portland class and a Cleveland class. Somewheres around here's where they at. Oh, they're hiding somewhere. Okay, there's one of our U.S. cruisers right there. Obviously in kind of a more of a late war camo scheme. Yeah, Steven, that Alaska class is bizarre, right? Let's see how many of those 5-inch mounts we can stack. I mean, they were literally super, super, super firing. That is one of the crazier ships. I also wonder what the stability was on that. It seemed very long and narrow. And again, with you would think the pagoda style mast would, destabilize the ship, but remember they had the extra torpedo protection, which is why you have the tumble hole look there. Again, almost looks like those late 1890s French battleships. Get around over to the other side here. Let me see if we can do some lighter stuff on the deck here. So again, everybody please check out that link that Cake Crates posted. I think that was a Discord link, pretty sure. And everybody please get Cake Crate to follow. So again, for folks that if you want to make a living at this, your branching out is going to be a must. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to start painting terrain and busts and everything else, but I mean, I do not play Shatterpoint or any Star Wars game, but I've painted almost the entire Shatterpoint line of figures, just because, well, it does offer some different opportunities, right? For basing and for all the object source lighting on all of those lightsabers, like so. Stephen, one of the more interesting things that I got this over, this was a few years ago now, was a survivor of the Franklin. Where's my Essex here? Come on, where are you hiding? Oh, you're up. I think you're up over here. There you are. So his that will wait a minute, aft. So yeah, that was his station right over there. Was on that gun, and well, needless to say, he had to jump from there about 90 some odd feet down to the water. When he got into the water, lo and behold, there was a pilot next to him with a broken leg. Tacos, you might want to start from scratch, because one of the things that a lot of YouTubers find out, if they have multiple types of content, the algorithm just kind of goes bonkers. And you want people to kind of know you for miniature painting, so it's probably best to do a kind of a separate miniature painting account. And again, what you'll want to do is you'll want to post pictures there. Then you're going to go to the various Facebook groups. Now, okay, here we go. So, let's say you want to show off some of your orcs or something like that. You can, have your Instagram post and then show those off on all those different 40K Facebook groups, different orc 40K groups. Let's put it this way, Stephen. He was, to this day, they are not thrilled with that captain who tried to accuse everybody that was literally blown off the ship of abandoning ship and as deserters. Yeah, he was not when he put out that order, when they finally got the that ship just struggled into port. Needless to say, the guys in charge they kind of ignored that order. Yeah, they were not going to go ahead with that. I think he pretty much wanted a couple of hundred folks arrested. Again, like guys that were literally blown into the water. I'm going to get rid of some of the... There we go. Okay. Do some of that on the port side over here. Good to go now. Let's get some of our rust / weathering color. Do something a little more precise. Right along here again. Now where we've got these casemate, not a bad place to do a little bit of our rusty stuff. Also around the anchor, mooring cleats. Over there, anchor again. Do we need to do more on the... Well, maybe we'll do a little bit of light on the Akagi's. Yeah, we'll do some of that on the water of the Akagi there. Nope, I'm going to get a little bit of that up here. Again, got that anchor right on the stern. Yeah, there's a couple of these we want to soften up here. This is not a bad place right up here. Again, to have some of our runners coming down from one of the sponsons. You always want to try and come up with a logical place for such things to be. So surface tension says that everyone there is in terror. So remember surface tension? We said that whales. It's kind of like how people used to react to an eclipse. That's how folks from Wales react to sunshine. They just flee in terror. They have no idea what it is. Now I don't know if you have to go. Yeah, that might be a little bit too dangerous there, surface tension. You might want to wait to walk the dog until that goes away. Yeah, you're not sure what might kind of mischief might be afoot there. And of course, while the Franklin is an incredible story of survival, the worst damaged ship ever to survive. Also, outside of Arizona, had the biggest loss of life, I think even bigger than Indianapolis. Of course, Indianapolis is the ship that delivered your atomic weaponry. And then, well, a little bit of a controversy, as some might say, in regards to its sinking and the non-rescue of lots of the crew. So you can do some googling on that if you wanted to. So surface tension, yeah, nobody's eyes they're not evolved to deal with sunlight. So yeah, you're definitely gonna want to wear some special glasses there. It's gonna be like was it what was that show? Oh, The Expanse, where the Martians had to train for years so that they didn't walk like Martians. And they had to get the special glasses, but some of them, I think they even tried to have their eyes altered a bit so that they wouldn't be, well, looking like Martians with the sun and everything. We'll use this as a blending brush here. Like so. I had to wait, had to be patient, wait for this paint to set here. None of this is dry, but we had to wait for it to set. Now, by this time tomorrow night, guess what? This should be dry. Yes, and even though that this is oil paint, 100% start to finish, this should pretty much be dry by this time tomorrow. Just like our Hobbit terrain. By the next day, that was dry. And speaking of Hobbit terrain, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I got 3 more buildings that are all set and ready to go. Hey there, Neshlin. Nice to see ya. Happy Tuesday, Neshlin. Hope that you're doing well. So Neshlin having some more Armada Mondays fun here as we continue with our IJN. I think our next stream, well, there's going to be another carrier, also probably a cruiser. Either a couple of cruisers, we'll see, but I think we're going to try and get another carrier going. And what's interesting, I mean, you can see that the ultimate iteration of the pagoda mast still existed even here, but they were smart enough to move it further back from the 18-inch guns than, say, here, where the poor guys on the pagoda mast would, they felt the recoil of those guns for sure. So Neshlin, I do believe that these are the 17th and 18th ships that we have done. I mean, of course, we have done some smaller ships too. All right, we have done some destroyers. You can see more of a Fletcher class right there, and that's there's one of your Italian ships right there. Is this another one of our? Yep, another one from our Regia Marina right there. I'm going to try and get some more of the light on these little portals here. Let me see if I can get this extra paint going off of here. Don't want too much thinner, because if we have too much thinner, that's going to become a pinline wash, which will just fill in the portals. We don't want that, so it's way too much thinner. That's no problem. We're just going to get rid of some of it here. And away we go. Some of that here. Wait a minute, here's some more of this. On the edge of the hole here. Some more of these portals. Now, the one thing about the Coco's Minis is that they don't really have any supports on them. At least not the hulls, not the decks. And he does, remember, 2 different types of sprues for your weaponry. So there's the sailing sprue, and then there's the combat sprue. So any ship that's got turrets. So Steven, there's been a few. There was one not all that long ago. Yep, it's almost 2 a.m. here. Death by Tacos. Thank you so much, Tacos. Appreciate that. Tacos, yeah, I'm hoping to do some videos now that I've got... Oh, that's the other thing, too, again, with the photography. You can certainly, do some homemade jerry-rigging of stuff, but there's an awful lot of not too shabby photo booths that you can find on Amazon that might make it a little bit easier, because sometimes, well, time is money. And maybe just getting the photo booth on Amazon and just having it kind of good to go out of the box, not a bad way to save some time straight away. So we've actually, now we're 4 ships into our IJN. I think we have 5 ships for our Regia Marina. We still have a few more of the smaller ships to go yet. That's the largest of our Italian Navy. That's the Roma right there. We'll be doing the British Navy. We'll be doing the Kriegsmarine. We'll be doing the Marina Nationale, because, and of course, we're going to be doing Jean Bart, Richelieu, Surcouf, and of course the crazy bizarre classes of French treaty era cruisers. So again, that's cruisers that were victimized, I guess, by some crazy ideas, and then also trying to deal with the Washington Naval Treaty. Now, I remember as a kid, Stephen, when I would see pictures of all the different wrecks, and I'd be like, where's the turrets? Well, those are just held in by gravity, and every single ship pretty much heels over and turns over on its side. Those first thing that happens is all those turrets just fall out. So that's why when you see, well, like the Bismarck, right? You see it like this with no turrets in it. Sure thing, Death by Tacos. And again, you can check out the Instagram. You can check out the YouTube channel. I also have a blog. Yes, we still have the old blog there. And that does talk about, again, some of the old days when I made my own photo booths. Of course, there's there's so many fantastic LED light choices now that have different temperatures. You can turn them up or down. They also have flexible, necks on them so that you can put them really where you want those to go. Yeah, surface tension. I swear that one, the 3x3x3 photo booth that you heard me talking about, it's just like a hobbit hole because it has a round door. Seriously, the door on that thing is round. Although I think even a hobbit would look at that and say that's kind of small. Yeah, even a hobbit might turn down living in that photo booth. Although it's probably very warm because it has all of that. Was that shiny silver stuff on the inside? Obviously for bouncing the light around. No, that's still their. That is still our gray core. I might have to get more of my fast mat weight out there if I want to do some more stuff out on the water here. Now, can we try and get a little bit of our lighter wood texture on the deck here? Let me see if we can make that work. Now, well, surface tension, be sure to have your, again, the special goggles, the special hat, because that's not natural. That is very unnatural. So yeah, don't expose yourself to that bizarre celestial object in the sky for too long. I think that is a sign of bad portents to come if you've got that much sun there. So Stephen, we were talking about how Akagi here has the same anti-aircraft turrets that Yamato does. And again, also these casemated guns down. It is just, that's the biggest discovery here, is I've never really realized, well, also that Nagato has 2 decks worth of casemated guns. I thought we had, oh, okay, so we can make this lighter. Alright, fine. Hit these. This one over here. Bit more along those lines. Yeah, I'll hit this along the top. Maybe something down here. Just a little something there on that stack. So Mitron, I still haven't really heard anything about MESBG. Whatever the heck is going on with that. Something tells me that there's going to be some massive, massive changes there. People keep thinking, oh, it's just the stuff that they're not going to have anymore. I think there's going to be some serious changes. And I think that's going to lead to a little bit of angst. Yeah, Mithron, I haven't really. There was a couple of times, the folks where I did the murals really wasn't actually games of MESBG. It was sort of, kind of. Because, well, they weren't actually familiar with how you really play it. There was a whole bunch of stuff they were doing wrong. Which is why ultimately, only way we're ever going to get to play it is here if we live stream it. Which is why I'm not really super worried at all about any rules changes, because it doesn't really matter. Okay, now these lines on the elevators here were just a little wacky. I think we've gotten those straightened out now. Yeah, I might. Oh, I can get some more of my rust streaks on this side. Some of them coming down from the island here. Down here. Got these mooring cleats by the stern. Gonna take some of my blue-gray here. It's a bit of a mid-tone. Down here at the stern. Let's do this side. I'm gonna darken that down. Ah, there we go. Okay, I think in between. We'll just let those two mix together. Like that, that's good. Yeah, there's a couple of these portals got a little wonky there. Right here we've got I'm just going to use this basically as a blending brush. This is the nifty thing about oils and freehand. Oils make the freehand way easier at a bunch of different levels. Especially since I can essentially take this and just push the paint around, move it around, whatever. And that's real handy to do, right? Where's our... Here he is. So the freehand that we did here. Originally, this pattern was the same as this. That did not look good going vertical, so we just wiped it away, changed it. The horse actually had to move that backwards 3 times. It was too close to this side of the banner. It's real easy to just basically take a brush, push the green back over that, and it was almost like an eraser. Steven, that I forget, they were 8-inch or 6. I think those were 8-inch guns. The super firing turret, 3 turrets up. That turret had to be 100 feet off the deck. And that's kind of an insane thing to do, to expose that much of that barbette just to have the extra 8-inch guns there. Hey, Extra, how you doing? So these are 3D printed from Coco's models. That's Lee McCall. He is on My Mini Factory. He's got, I think, 2 fleet packs for IJN. He has 2 fleet packs for the US. I think he has 2 fleet packs for the British. He also has, again, the Italian Navy, the French Navy, the German, your Kriegsmarine. He also has now World War I era. So we'll be doing all of those. These are 1/1800 scale. And conveniently enough, if you want to actually play a game with them, Victory at Sea by Warlord Games. It also uses 1/1800 scale ships. So you have these. You've got fleets ready to play. Ready to play. Again, Victory at Sea. Let me get a little bit more of the rusty stuff here along the... Maybe even some more of this on the fantail over here. Because reasons. See if I can't grab some of this. Now, okay, now I can see these guns. Thank you very much. A little later along, these are some crazy... There's 1, 2, 3, 4 levels of the deck. And then you get up to the flight deck. This bizarre battleship or battle cruiser mod here. And now down to the water here again to get some of the latest stuff on the waves here. Oh yeah, right up against the hole there with that light. Have I gotten this? Yeah, it's about as light as it can be. That's about as light as that can be. Alright, get back to my fast-mat void here. Starboard side. Much later. Another one of our waves up here against the... Oh, gee whiz, we never did anything on this one. Never really did much of anything there. Let me now take this brush, some of our Prussian blue, and some of our radiant turquoise. Get some of that blended together. So we don't want just a line there. Let me take a little quick look, see how light. So I can, I can make those lead waves a little lighter here. I think we can do that. Let's hold it this way. So you can see the big difference in the color of the water here. It's sort of like if you're going to do object source lighting, you need ambient light. Right, that doesn't have anything to do with the object source lighting. And these little bit of waves here, now it makes it look even more like it's cutting through something, right? Because if these waves just follow this, well, yeah, not so much, right? Using, maybe not quite that light. Let me go with this. push this back towards the stern. Going to use this as a blending brush. So see, the leading edge is sharp, but then that trailing edge, see, that just fades off there. And again, a couple more of our waves breaking inside of these. Because that now increases kind of the scale, right, of the water there. Now, where's this? We will do some of the same stuff out here, again, along the edge of the base. This is the one thing I'm not sure about. Since having never played Victory at Sea, I don't know what role, if any, the bases play in that game. It could be a key. It could have absolutely zero impact on the game itself. So you might want to get the game and then kind of look and see what the basing system is. Does it matter? Does it not matter? Before you try to print up ships and do bases. Here it didn't care. Again, it's something I wasn't going to be able to play, so it really wasn't an issue. I just wanted to have me some fun painting ships. That was my main goal. More of this. Again, some of our later stuff. This can, I think, go back here. I think our stern churn could actually use a little bit of our lightest light. Oh yeah, definitely. There we go. So just again, no, it's hard to see on camera, but that is lighter. Trying to create some of that foamy stuff. Churned up aft here. Hey there, Irid, how you doing? Everybody please give Irid Canwave a follow if you could. So Irid, thank you so much for being here. Of course, if you want to share your Pinterest links, go right on ahead. So Irid, tonight's recipe that we have been talking about is a blueberry cheesecake fudge. So my quest is to see, okay, is there a recipe for that? And again, I'd settle for just a blueberry cheesecake. I'd be all good for that. There's everybody. Please check out that Pinterest link that Irid just shared. And again, please give Irid Wave a follow. So Irid, it is that time. So especially since I finally found those cranberries at the store, it's time to infuse the cranberry sauce with the blueberries, or blueberry pie filling, as the case might be. So yeah, that would be really fun. Of course, again, I really mix that up very heavily. I just mix it by hand, don't use a mixer or anything. But it ends up, well, some might say almost pureed. So it's much smoother than your usual cranberry sauce, which makes it pretty handy to use as, say, a topping. Let me put this brush to the side here. I'm going to take this blending brush and just, again, soften a few of these edges here and there. And sometimes I'll take some orange juice or orange zest and we'll enhance it that way too. I just something tells me that they just suddenly they kind of chose to put the cranberries in a different part of the store, so I just didn't recognize them being over there. When you've been going to the same store for years and years and years like this, if they change something like that, you're just gonna think, oh, maybe it's just not in season right now. So again, with the softening of those edges, right? Soften those edges up. Let me see if there's. Go back to there. It is. Let's see. Oh, here that sounds fantastic too. Yes, indeed. Oh, I think I did see some recipe that did say, well, you could do cinnamon. Well, Irid, I think what that means is we just have to try all the different iterations. Because how are you going to know which one's the best if you don't try every single one? So I think that is a worthy experiment, don't you? I think it is. We have to try every single possibility. See you later there, Irid. Everybody, please, or a Night Whisper, sorry. See you later, Night Whisper. Have a good night's sleep. And of course, Night Whisper, if you want to share your stuff one more time before you head on off to sleep there, please go ahead. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. And of course, Irid, you've got several of those dice towers left to paint, I believe. So that's quite the mega project you got going on. All right, there. So yeah, that deck initially that deck just had no lighter stuff in it. We're trying to make that a little bit lighter now. There, okay. And that is why I'm going to try and get, well, another few bags of, if possible, of cranberries at the store tomorrow. So everybody please check out that Discord link that Night Whisper just shared. And again, please give Night Whisper a follow. And that would be at 9 p.m. Eastern time. That Night Whisper will be streaming again. Let me try to get, yeah, this says only shadow on it. We need to get a little something lighter over here. This part of the superstructure. Yeah, we're going to do some more of that on this side. Get the port side here. This is a mid-tone here, not terribly light, not terribly dark. And of course now, 4 hours ago, these two ships, just primer. They had no paint on them whatsoever. Yeah, whether it's our Armada ships or whatever, don't blink. Don't blink. I'm looking, I'm not gonna mess with those. Looks like another gun control there. That's too much on those. Got a quad mount there. Trying to get some of the individual barrels there, Revless. Nice to see you again. How you doing, Rivlis? Happy Tuesday. Another fabulous Tuesday here for you. Well, now it is for me too, because it's 2:18 in the morning. So it is definitely Tuesday here. Can I get the... Oh, yeah, we had nothing here on the edge of this sponson. Well, that might have been later than we wanted. But we can always come back and tone that down. See, that's also too much, so we have some of our mid-tones, some of our... We'll just cut off some of the excess there. Same over here. All good. Yeah, I'm gonna lighten up this part of the stat. Let me see how this goes here. Nope, that is not quite light enough. A little bit more of the ice blue here. Rivless, that is definitely an ingenious way of going about that. Uh, it definitely has economy on its side there. Yeah. Actually, that's something else I'm looking forward to trying here. I have that new, well, it's essentially an airbrush that cake decorators use. It's a small little box compressor. It actually does have 7 settings on it. Is it something you're going to want to use for 10 hours a day every day? No, definitely not. But when you just need it for an hour or two of filming a video, and you need something quiet, that is going to be your friend. So that I'm looking forward to again making some tutorial video or Patreon videos using that. Probably later this week. Well, it kind of depends when when we can get that massive Smaug figure completely assembled and prepped and everything. Okay, yeah, those lines are reasonably straight there. I mean, well, it is. Those bottles are for contents under pressure, right, Revless? I guess you could say they're kind of designed for that. What are we doing here? What are we doing with this light on the air? We got some more portals over here that really don't have their little light edge on them. Let's do that. We do have some of our weathering coming down into this area as well. So over here, let me take, where's that sort of mid-range blue? Let me see if this is going to work here, or is that too much? Not really, because we're letting that, you can see it's mixing with what's already here. Look at that. Hashtag no layers. I just took the one color, right, and as I worked it more and more, it just, again, the color on the brush was mixing with the color on the figure. Oh, this paint is wet here. Again, we're working with the oil paints. Rivless was, the principle of the thing. That's it, right? That is it. It's the principle of the thing. And I'm all on board with that. all on board with that. Yeah, we need a little bit of lighter edge on that. I don't even know. I guess it is a sponson. Not sure what is happening on that particular deck right there, but boy, oh boy, they've. This is such a. It's so bizarre to really get a chance to see in 3 dimensions. I've seen lots of, again, photos of the ship, drawings of the ship, but I've never actually seen it in 3D close up like this. So it's kind of a revelation here. Again, as to some of the teensy little details. You know what? Man, another wave over here that probably could stand to be later. Gonna hit the top part of it here. Oh, no, not that blending brush. This one. There we go. Got that changed. Yeah, I was not quite the right shape there. Yeah, Revless. Because I'm thinking, yeah, it's again, it's designed to have pressurized contents, and it's pretty strong. Now, I suppose if it ever gets a crack in it or something like that, could be a different story. But I guess it'd be really easy to see, right, Revless? If there's anything wrong with it. Yeah, Revless. It's a little box. I want to say it's about 7, 8-ish inches tall. Again, it has 7 different speeds on it. It goes up to 55 psi. I believe, at least the one I have, you can even work 2 airbrushes off of it, which is pretty wild. Now, the one thing I do recommend is that you kind of start a little test spray somewhere else and then kind of walk it over onto the whatever it is that you're going to actually airbrush. But they're definitely very, very, very quiet. That's the key thing. Above everything else, really, is the fact that it was just super quiet. Well, Revless, hopefully that arrives very soon. And then you get to try that and play around with it. Boy, really, that paint has set there very quickly. So thanks for posting a link to the Instagrams there and the YouTube channel. Appreciate that. Try a little bit more of the. Gotta attach that and this line too. Nah, we did it on that side. Let's do some of that over here again. Taking some of that kind of lighter bluish tone. Bluish gray in here. Definitely some of that out here where now it's not in shadow anymore. Oh, well, geez, I'm glad glad you're even able to track what ship it's going to be on, where the the port and everything. That's fantastic. Nope, that is going to be too late. I'm going to back away a little bit here. Some of that here, and now that's also going to kind of enhance. See, it starts to enhance some of the streaking there without really doing anything to the streaking. We kind of worked on the areas around that. So don't forget that we're going back to Hobbiton here for a Thursday, Friday, Saturday stream. At least that's the plan, anyways. Because I have 3 more of those Hobbit holes that are ready to paint. Ah, that's fantastic, Revlis. That's really great because sometimes you wonder, especially if it's again like an international type of a thing. So glad you were able to figure out that. That one. Oh, let me get rid of this. Okay, that's a little better. Geez, that is some minute, detailed information there for sure. So some of these markings again, just going to try and clean those up well as best as I can. Yeah, not too much thinner on there, right? Because it'll just become a pin line wash, and that's really not something that we want to have. Right, with this, it's not like an FTM print, but it'll still expand a little bit, right, Denethor? Thanks, Denethor, appreciate that. So Denethor, which we haven't had this Denethor in a while. He's like, yeah, just wait a few minutes. You guys do realize there's some planes coming for you. It's like, nah, it'll be fine, man. It's like, we'll just wait a couple of minutes. Everything will be great. So I don't think it's going to be so great. It's like, yeah, they missed us twice already. It's like, I think there's a guy coming right for you, and maybe you shouldn't have a big red bullseye on your ship. So there's, how you doing there, Denethor? Glad to see you again. And get this back to some of my really light stuff here. So Denethor, if you want to share your sculpting stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Denethor a follow. Eventually, Denethor is going to be streaming some fabulous sculpting stuff there. So you want to be all set and ready to go when that happens. So again, just trying to do a little more detail on these markings here. When we first did this, all we could kind of do was just sketch it out. And now we're going to refine these lines a little bit here. So Denethor, this is one of the Kiru Butai. This is Akagi, one of the 4 ships that was sunk in 15 minutes at the Battle of Midway. So after a whole bunch of completely ineffective attacks by B-17s and torpedo bombers and everything else, well, the fleet was a bit disorganized, and they kept switching back and forth. They said, "Oh, well, we have the planes armed for attacking Midway itself. Oh, wait a minute, we just found some ships. Let's switch our weapons again. But wait, we've got aircraft that we have to land. We got to recover these aircraft." And then all of a sudden, these American aircraft that just, in also a very disorganized attack, just happened to look down and go, "Oh, look at what's here. Look at this." Thanks, Denethor. It's been kind of fun because the most elaborate marking so far on any carrier deck was this for Lexington. I mean, that's it. There's a couple of stripes and but a little bit of a circle there. That's it. Of course, our barbershop navy was a little bit more elaborate. Still think those are better ship recognition markings than this big bullseye, although I guess the Italian Air Force didn't quite catch on and still bombed their own ships anyway twice. So that was the big turning point battle. Not one, not two, not three, but four Japanese fleet carriers sunk in a space of about 15 minutes. And that would be Akagi here, Kaga, Hiryu, and Soryu. And, well, given the fact that the U.S. was building dozens of carriers at that time, losing four that you pretty much can't replace, that was pretty much the end right there of the beginning. And of course, the U.S. torpedo bombers were the opposite of the Fairey Swordfish. They were obsolete, but completely unusable, whereas the Fairey Swordfish were, again, some of the most devastating torpedo aircraft of the war. Just bizarre. Essentially a World War I holdover. Okay, we've got these markings. Yeah, I might try to thin these lines down a little. Let's do that. Let's get some of our brown up here, and maybe some of the asphaltum into that. Now, yeah, Denethor, again, you want to share any of your links in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, I think they called them the string bags. And when the anti-aircraft guns of the Bismarck were shooting at them, they just couldn't hit them because they were flying too slow. Also, when they would hit them, it would just go right through because it was, again, just canvas and string. There was no metal to tear apart. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Denethor just shared. And again, please give Denethor a follow so that when Denethor does start doing those sculpting streams, you'll be all set to check those out and keep Denethor company. And make sure that Denethor gets no sculpting done on any of those streams. I think they used to have, there was literally a distract Kathy command or something like that on her streams. Rivas, I think the other thing that didn't help is when they first fired the main guns, that also kind of blew out the fire control systems of the anti-aircraft guns. The radar didn't help. But yeah, like I said, just passed right through. Passed right on through. This is a little bit of our Naphthol Scarlet. Oh, geez, I gotta get the non-alkyd version of that. I think we got that we got that round pretty well. Now I'm going to get a little bit of the lighter red here on the aft stripes. Nope, a little bit more of that Naphthol Scarlet. Oh, that's right. I have to, obviously, when I print out the Turpits, maybe we'll have to do a little bit of the most dazzling of all dazzle camo when they painted literally the windows and doors on it like it was supposed to be a big building so that it would fool ship spotters in Norway where it was hiding in a fjord. That would be the well again the other. I gotta figure out which carrier it was that they painted triple turrets on the flight deck there to try and make it look like it was a battleship or battle cruiser. Again, might be one of the more bizarre camo attempts right there. Well, Dazzle camo wasn't about hiding the ship, it was about making you think it was a different ship. Even the very simple camo of, say, Prince Eugen and Bismarck, well, it worked. Because both British ships ended up firing at Prince Eugen and not Bismarck. Come on. There we go. Again, a slightly lighter red over there. That's it, just slightly lighter. And touch lighter there. A little bit of our red work its way out onto the meatball there. But now maybe for a little lighter rust action. Let's do that. Let me get a little bit of the Mars yellow deep into that. A little less thinner too. Now, here with these two sponsons. Attach again, just trying to do a little bit more of the rusty stuff there. It just makes sense to have it at those contact points. You don't want to again do it everywhere like it's a rusted Hulk, but you know, salt water does its thing. Salt water will be salt water. Get another. I mean, these spots are just coming way out from this crazy interior deck that they built again on a converted battle cruiser. We will do that. Wait, nope, this is it. That's the rust color that we want.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, CBS. Appreciate the follow. Of course, Gandalf does too. Oh, look at this. Okay, I like this surfboard. It's fun. Still not a surfboard. It's like, yeah, this is a fun surfboard here. That marking right there. Do they call that a meatball? But the hobbits are really gonna love this ship. Thank you so much for that follow. Gandalf has rolled pretty well. He had a 5 already tonight. Oh, look at that. Another one. Purifies for Gandalf here. Thanks, Bithron, for doing that clip. Bithron, I'm trying. Oh my God, Bithron. Well, some of the Hobbit terrain painting, as you can imagine, there's been some very interesting. Oh yeah, some interesting interactions between Gandalf and our terrain piece. Again, we will be doing that again this Thursday, Friday, Saturday. More Hobbit terrain is on the menu. Yes, indeed. Now, we'll bit around. Hopefully, maybe you kind of get the hobby mojo back from checking those out too. All right, we'll get some of the lighter rust down over here. Now, where's I gotta do the same thing here on Nagato. Maybe a little bit on the stack there. I guess now bits around where you're thinking more of a kind of a standard color scheme for him, or was there some kind of super special thing that you had in mind? So yeah, Stephen, there was I do actually have the 1/700 scale models to do this, but I wanted to do a special little turntable diorama of West Virginia. It was going to be called From Pearl to Surigao, and it has the 1941 version of West Virginia, and then of course the 1944 uh, version, which looks like a demented Iowa class ship or a demented South Dakota class, whichever way you want to go with that, because they added the 5-inch mounts and obviously altered the superstructure in a big way. But I wanted to have it on one side, obviously the 1941 version. How's about we welcome in Tomahawk Warrior for the win? How you doing there, Tomahawk? Great to see you. And of course, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Everybody please, hey Mini Mannies, how you doing? I'll see you later there, Arid. You have a good night. Yeah, I know it's I think you and me, Arid, both are gonna have minimal amounts of sleep, that's for sure. So thank you so much, Tomahawk Warrior. We've got 2 ships that we've been painting tonight. 4 hours, 27 minutes ago, these had no paint on them whatsoever. We have Akagi and we have Nagato. Last week on our Armada Monday, we did both iterations of Issei, so the early war setup here, and then the late war battle carrier configuration. So nice to see you there. Everybody please give Tomahawk Warrior and Mini Maddies a follow. Mini Maddies, if you want to share something in the chat too, please go ahead. Now we do have, let's have the Nemesis side by side. Where are you hiding? There you are. So we have Enterprise and we have Akagi. We've done a fair portion of our U.S. fleet. It all got started here with Enterprise and Arizona there. But we've even gotten into our Italian Navy. So that's the Regia Marina right there. We've done, I think, 5 or 6 ships from that. And we even did a little bit of a unicorn ship here. Look at this. So there's your Montana class right there. Yep, a little bit of a unicorn ship. Hey, Asaburn is still here. So everybody please check out the link that Mini Manny's posted. And of course, again, there it is, Discord link. Let me see. So again, great to see you there, Tomahawk Warrior. Now, on our more recent streams, we did something a little bit different. We've painted 3 of these hobbit holes so far. This one happens to be obviously a blacksmith shop here. We did a couple of other ones. Here we go. Where's our pumpkin patch? Oh, here we go. We did the Watcher in the Water. We painted over here more water effects. The same method we did here, same paint. We're all doing this with oil paints, by the way. Water effects sculpted with the same exact stuff we sculpted them with here, and then painted with the same, literally the exact same paint. So whether it's a 1/1800 scale ship or that, Also, too, we did a bunch of fell beasts. We did a couple of eagles here, all 3D printed. Again, all painted with oil paints. We're talking regular oil paints right out of the tubes. Here's our big four now, as we call them. So these three over here, Windsor, Newton, Gamma, and Richardson, these are about the same quality, price. Every paint brand's a little bit different, everything, but these are about the same. They're all good, solid colors. This will be more expensive. When they say it's been mixed by hand, they really mean it, but that's your Williamsburg. Now, of course, we also do lots of other things here, whether it's 40K vehicles, or we've got stuff for our Bretonians there. Where's some of our Tomb Kings here? Oh, yeah. Tomb Kings. Also, other historicals. There you go. Well, what are you guys doing over here? That doesn't look so safe. It's like, yeah, I've been telling them, flaming vodka, standing on a frozen fuel tank. It's like that's not going to end well for them. It's like, no, it'll be fine, boss. No problem. Wow, Bithron, we've never had that interaction before. In like 4 years, we've never had that. That's a historic occasion here on the channel. So yeah, Tomahawk. Well, we've done a heck of a lot of Shatterpoint stuff. I mean, there was one point where I painted almost every single Shatterpoint figure. Obviously, they released more, so maybe a little bit further behind on that. Again, 4 hours, 32 minutes ago. These had no paint on them whatsoever. So, Mini Maddie's great to see you. I hope that your stream was fun last night. Or no, Saturday. That's right. Hope your stream was a blast on Saturday. Yeah, we will be painting up more Hobbit terrain this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Some churn by the stern here. That's good, Mini Mannies. Now, of course, 1800 scale ships, those just aren't enough. So we did some 28 millimeter ships. 3 of these Corsairs, that's just one of 3 Corsair ships, and that's again for our Corsairs of Unbar. And then we did an Elven ship, and of course, here's some of our Easterling buildings. All painted again with the same oil paints on the stream here. Thanks for joining the clip there, Bitron. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's great, Mini Maddies. If you want to share the name of the charity or anything like that there. And again, everybody please give also Mini Maddies a follow in addition to Tomahawk Warrior. More light there. So just heavy gloss gel. You can see a ship here that we haven't actually painted yet. There you go. So see some of that texture on there? This has the same texture on it. And we've painted a ton of Armada ships. Holy smokes. I mean, tons of these things. This is only a tiny portion. I think we painted at least a couple of dozen of these things. That sounds great, Mini Maddies. Again, there's a link or anything like that you want to share in the chat for the charity there, please go ahead. I'm going to hit this a little more right here. There we are. Let me get this. Leave something right there. I'm gonna try and catch a couple more of these portals here with this lighter tone because we really have it nice and dry. Again, we have too much of the thinner on that brush, then it will become a pin line wash and fill in those windows, and that is definitely not ideal. Let me take this sort of deep, again, that's our indigo mixed with some of the fast matte white. That is going to clean up some of this down here too. Yeah, that's where some of our darker glaze, we want to get that more under control here. Okay, that's fantastic, Mini Maddies. So again, everybody, please give Mini Maddies a follow so that you can be there to participate in raising money for a fantastic charity. And more of that here. And, there we go. Yeah, we have a whole bunch of dark down in there. We need at least a little bit of mid-tone. Same over here. A little bit of mid-tone right there. Here, I'm just going to take this, but we're just using it more as a blending brush right here. Yeah, I think I'm going to do a little bit of withering right here. Let me see if we can get this going. Right there. Maybe even a couple of these. Whoops, not there. Needed that line to be a little bit straighter there. Fine, we'll let another little bits of, again, our weathering over the side of the deck there. We get a couple of these portals up here. I wonder what that spots in is right there. That's a like a targeting, almost like a fire control tower for your anti-aircraft guns here. Alright, we got that now. Back here on this elevator. This one too. Now that's a little too dark. Let's go back to our brown here. I'm going to try to do a little bit of some texture here for the deck. More here. Nah, I'm going to get rid of some of that. Again, just using a little bit of a blending brush right there. Back up onto this. Yeah, that line needs to be trimmed down a little bit. Got a little bit too heavy. This is the great thing about the oils when it comes to things like the freehand. So easy to change things around. Same up here with these. So again, we've got two ships we've been working on over the last, again, 4 hours and 40 minutes. All done with the oil paints. We started out doing, I even have the brush right here, so with some of the lighter dry brush stuff. Then we did some of the darker recess things. Then we started working on our water. And again, all of this, every single one of these goes in the same direction, so that in theory, you could just basically have them lined up like this, one next to the other, next to the other, for some fun photos. Let's see if I can do a little bit more of the. There was some stuff over here on the conning towers and the observation platforms here that need a little more. Yeah, that's a little ragged there. I want to get that cleaned up just a touch. Now, acid burn, I hope that you get to, like you said, do some painting again soon. And, yeah, that baby monitor. I'm sure that things happen at the most unexpected times. You think, now they're asleep. We should be good for hours, and that's when you're gonna hear the inevitable sounds. Trying to also here. Let's there we go. It's almost reflecting a little bit of the light of the water there too. Now, in Astabird, I'm, as always, hoping to finally at some point get through with the house, all the work on the house, so that we can just maybe do some Discord hangouts or whatever. Which I really thought I was going to be doing by now, but there has been Murphy's Law happening. I could see that. I could see those little hobbitses are tricksy and false, aren't they, Acidburn? They are very tricksy, very false. They will, yeah, they'll pull all kinds of little hobbit shenanigans. Hopefully that's not going to be too light. Okay, that's too much liquid in there. Okay, yeah. I had to get something a little later on that barbette down there. That was too late. I think we've got enough light right there. Yeah, okay, good to go on that. Here we went with more of a warmer gray. We usually do more of a bluish gray for our ships, but all the references that I was seeing all went towards more of a warmer gray. So yeah, acid burn, I was mostly focused on all of the different workspaces, setting up printing areas, then setting up more photography / filming areas. And those, again, it's been a long time, months and months and months working on those. And well, now we've been painting a lot of the miniatures for our eventual live streaming of MESPG, which we're going to call We SPG. Yes, it's going to be We SPG, not just MESPG. Alright, now I can finally do. There we go. Some streaking crosses. I've been waiting a long time, but that had to be stabilized. That was not quite stable until now. We have to be patient. Gotta be patient. Don't be hasty, little hobbits. See you later there, Grand Oracle. See you on Thursday. So thanks for being here, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that, of course. I will. Hopefully, there will be some pictures of things I'll be able to send you, especially with the doing stuff with the airbrush. Again, just some of these new areas I was just talking about. I'm hoping I can utilize at least one of those for filming the airbrush stuff. Again, not sure it's going to work out that way, but maybe Arathu knows if it will. How you doing there, Arathu? Great to see you. So Arathu Denethor's been here for a while. And of course, if you want to share any of Bonko's streaming information, don't know if Bonko is going to be streaming again soon. Oh, that's fantastic, Grand Oracle. I still am trying to figure out, do we try to get that that second printer here, as far as FDM goes, or do I just wait for the new bamboo stuff? Pulling some of that rust out a little bit further here. So Rather, hopefully everything is all going great with the kids and the miniature painting and such. And I know that that's been doing that for some months now. Grand Oracle says that there's going to be a new plate showing up on the bamboo site tomorrow. So basically what I'll try to do is there's some figures that are just naturally redundant, and some of them are rugged enough that I might actually be able to ship those without them being destroyed in the process. So there we go. We got some nice little streaks going there. We have some going across this now. I hope Bunko has lots of fun at that workshop and is able to get lots of helpful new techniques there. So right through it'll be fun when we get to our Hobbit terrain on Thursday and Friday and Saturday. I'll see if I can paint some more of those farm fields from Conquest Creations. Let me see what we have there. Nope. Still trying to work in some. Nah, that's a little too dark. Now let me get some of this. Nope, it has to be a little lighter, maybe a little bit more of that. Yeah, it's a little bit of the ice blue there. Trying to separate those two planes a little bit more. I was just about to do the same thing on the port side here, but that doesn't exist. So bizarre. Arathu, we have we have those special rules that we talked about. Hobbits, goblins, I guess even dwarves. If they try to move at full speed inside the hobbit hole, they're fine. But anything man-sized, well, you gotta roll that dice, and on a 1 or 2, you just bonked your head. And if you're even bigger than that, let's say like a orc or whatever, now it's you'd have to be a 4, 5, or 6 not to get clunked on the head on the ceiling. Hey, Master Cat, how you doing? Happy Tuesday. Little more cleanup down here. Yeah. So great to see you there, Master Cat. Ooh, a little more dirt right here on that corner. I see that defines that edge a little more now. So we've been painting 2 ships here. We have Akagi and we have Nagato. And of course, Nagato is your classic pagoda mast Japanese ship. Last week we did both iterations of Issei. That's the battle carrier version, and here is the early war version again with the distinctive pagoda mast and tons of case-mated guns. Next Thursday, or next Monday, we'll have another one of our carriers, and probably a cruiser or 2. When it finally comes time to end our IJN, of course, we have both Musashi and Yamato. So yeah, we'll be painting those when the time comes. We'll also again be painting the Kriegsmarine. We'll be painting our big English fleet. We'll be painting the French fleet there. We'll certainly have Jean Bart, Richelieu, Surcouf. I think Surcouf of all this shit, that's like the one I'm most interested in painting, but that's going to take no time at all. Once again, the French Navy in its unusual ships. That is a submarine with cruiser guns on it, which never got to do anything. It was, ironically enough, sunk off the coast of the United States. But that should be a very interesting ship to do. Or boat, I should say. Here, more of that light, because we have the well, that is just such a low freeboard there. That is not exactly what you would call the hurricane style bow like you had on the Essex class, which is where is that? Where are you hiding? Oh, you're up here, that's right. Yeah, very much different. More of a little bit more light on the underside of this hole here again, where we're perhaps reflecting some of the water onto our hole here. Alright, we'll do some more of our... And let's go a little more light over here. Well, it's mid-tone, not really light, more of a mid-tone. Also along here. No, no, that should stay in shadow. Not gonna lighten that up anymore. So all three elevators, again, those were shown in all of our markings as being gray. I guess I'll try. Let me get to my ice blue here. Couple little things right here on the bow. I'm going to try to lighten up that mooring cleat a little bit in some spots. Also, maybe the anchor even. Definitely going to lighten this up too. Again, where we have the bow wave reflecting up on this. Touch more light along the edge of the port side of the hull there. Let me see if we can get some of this lighter deck. Oh, that's going to be too light. Let's back up a bit here. Okay, that's better. Yeah, okay, that works. And then some of it here. Touch more right along there. This is just, it's weird to have the this deck down here. Anyway, okay, we can put a couple little few lights there. Well, you know, that's good because more energy spent doing that is energy that won't be saved to be keeping them awake, right? Acid burn, so let them run like crazy. Actually, acid burn's too bad they don't have hamster balls for humans. Yeah, just put the kid in a hamster ball or something like that, and all they can do is just run around in that all day. They'll be very tired. Of course, it'd be also nice if the hamster ball had like a little filtration system in there where you could just hit them with some aerosolized NyQuil or something like that. It'd be like an off switch. Yeah, it's like, okay, that ball's got to start rolling around. What we're going to do is we're just going to hit this button, let the NyQuil flow in there, and they'll just knock them out. All I know is that the last time I was at the house where I did the mural, right, in the nursery, they had one of those crazy things, right, with their feet can touch the ground. It's almost like the Fred Flintstone type of a thing. And it's got that deadly plastic tray on the front of it. And there were no brakes on this thing. So the only way it stopped was when it crashed into something or you. Yeah, and they actually had to kind of get the dogs out of harm's way there. Because the dogs were getting run over by this thing. Would we add a little more of our light right in there? Again, just try to put not tons and tons of texture, just a little something. Yeah, Bithron. I mean, that thing was going quick, and boy, I mean, of course, it was targeting your shins. Like the least protected part of your legs right there. Going right for those shins. So not sure if that, because that was, I don't know, August or something like that was the last time I was there, I think. So, and things happen fast at those ages, right, to acid burn? All of a sudden, next thing you know, they're 6 inches taller, something like that. More mobile, more deadly. Yeah, a little bit of light on the fan tail. Okay, good. That's just kind of catching up to the other side. I guess that's going to be the other thing. Acid burn. There was really no speech or anything like that. Because again, November is 1 year old. So you subtract at least, I'm going to say 3 months from that. Yeah, I don't think there was a massive vocabulary. I'm thinking that yeah, not quite able to do to write Shakespearean plays in iambic pentameter at 8-ish months or so. Now, once you're a year old, that's a whole different story. Expectations are higher, and of course, again, if I'm not seeing at least some level of object source lighting being painted over there, then clearly that experiment has been a failure. Now, they don't have to paint large scale stuff because they have tiny hands, but again, you're almost a year old, you should be able to do the paintbrush and everything else. Hopefully, they've had him obviously prepping miniatures. Again, tiny hands makes it a whole lot easier to get in all of those mold lines and such. No reason not to teach them the value of work at the earliest possible age. Let's see if, you know what, we're going to try and get a little bit of the weathering here on that stack. Like so. And then down here too. Okay, there, that's better. Maybe a couple more areas of that. But I do think that I'm gonna. Oh yeah, we've been doing this for 5 hours, and now it's 3:30, and we got printing stuff to do. We got prints to do. Speaking of prints, we got two of them right here. Got Akagi and Nagato, all painted in 5 hours, 4 minutes. Of course, again, we will be painting more of our Hobbit terrain on our Thursday, Friday, Saturday streams. We got 3 more of these guys to do. 1 stream, 1 Hobbit hole, and maybe also again some vegetable patches too. So, I want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Thanks, Bithron, for doing the clips there. It's been a while. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for doing all of the moderations. Appreciate that. So great to see you there, Acid Burn and Aratu, and of course Denethor. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate all those again, the bits, the subs, the follows, and the cheers, because those make a big difference. I'm going to actually have, I think, somebody new here that we can maybe raid, so we're going to try and do that. So next Monday again, we'll keep rolling with our IJN, another aircraft carrier, and then probably a cruiser. So see you later there, Denethor. Thanks again for being here.